True Crime Cafe. Kicking the door, peel back the day. Seeking that truth, only do it his way. Notes on the napkin, red string on the case. Looking for justice, can't see it real clear. Screens full of static, but the trail's right here, pointing at the weirdness. Zoom, don't blink, hey, look, it's right there. You closer than you think. Yeah! Serve it up hot at the True Crime Cafe. Breaking down the crazy, put the lies on the tray. Making sense of the cray. Say what you feel. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. Yeah. Serve it up hot at the True Crime Cafe. Sip on the facts, let the fog burn away. Truth in the cup, take a taste, that's the deal. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. No wheels. Yeah, no wheels. Mic on the counter, files on the floor. Walk me through the timeline, then we ask once more. Side-eyeing every story, every hole, every gap. If the glove don't fit, then we redraw the map. From the cold case corners to the heat of the stand, he break it all down, so you finally understand. Clock on the wall, but the grind don't stop. Justice ain't blind, it just been cropped. Serve it up hot at the True Crime Cafe. True Crime, breaking down the crazy, put the lies on the tray. Making sense of the cray. Say what you feel. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. Serve it up hot at the True Crime Cafe. Sip on the facts, let the fog burn away. Truth in the cup, take a taste, that's the deal. We shut down the bullshit. Don't give it no wheels. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Here we go. Here we blood on the briefcase, ink on the plea deal, coffee ring stains on a life that you can't heal. Man, this a charge, priced up by the ounce. Judge cracks a joke while they auction every ounce. Cameras in the corner, catch a cuff, then it cuts. Paper shred, justice turn a file into dust. Who signs the warrant when the fox runs a pen? Same last name on the golf bag and the bench lies in the wind. Blowing through this True Crime Cafe. Hey, everyone's guilty, far as I can see from this ashtray. Can't trust a halo, every halo gotta stay within. I'm a voice for the voiceless, screaming over all these lies in the wind. Prosecutor preaching like a saint on the stand, but the bonus hit different when your head's on the sand. Public defender with a folder and a prayer. Rust on the handcuffs, rust on the chair. Corruption on the table like sugar in a jar. Sweet when you taste it, then it eats out your heart. Who do you run to when the badge got a brand? Same old handshake, same dirty hands. Lies in the wind, blowing through this True Crime Cafe. Oh yeah, crime gets ignored if the suit got the right last name. Can't trust a halo, every halo gotta stay within. I'm a voice for the voiceless, screaming over all these lies in the wind. Who can you trust when the system laughs in your face? When the judge is a punchline in the dark staircase? Insanity replay, same scene, different day. If justice won't answer, then we carve our own way. Hey. Lies in the wind, blowing through this True Crime Cafe. I'm seeking the truth while they're sweeping all the proof away. Can't trust a halo, every halo gotta stay within. I'm a voice for the voiceless till the last breath chokes. All these lies in the wind.
All right, guys. Welcome back. Sorry about that. Was having an issue. Thank you guys for joining us today. I hope everybody's having a great day and doing amazing. As always, it is great to see you all here. Thank you so much for joining us. If you will, please make sure to hit the like button, share this out. And what is going on here? Something's weird. 1 minute. I don't know what happened. Anyway, today, guys, we're going to be going over the Bethany Funke statement analysis with Travis DeLogic. And we're going to delve into that Nick Mowich conversation we were supposed to be doing yesterday. So, again, thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for being here. Please make sure to share it out. And that being said, let's get this thing a moving. Sorry, you guys, again for the distraction. Let's do it.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn. A requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the TruCrime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Good to see you guys. I don't know what's going on. Something's weird is going on with StreamYard, so please excuse me as I get work through all these things. If something's off, that would be why. I don't know what's going on. It had me started me early and it's weird. Either way, we're here and welcome back. It's great to see you all here. Thank you for joining us. And again, please make sure to hit the like button and share this out if you will. I appreciate that very much. Come on in and get comfortable. Again, we're going to be going over breaking down yeah, travesty logic's um, uh, statement analysis of Bethany Funk now, and we're going to get into um the Nick Mowich conversation that we were supposed to yesterday, that we didn't get to actually get to because of the new document drop. So sorry, I can't talk today either. I guess I'm malfunctioning too. So yes, and guys, Miss Sarah's in the house. Guys, make sure you subscribe to Sarah's YouTube channel as well as her Twitter account or X account, whatever you want to call it. Please and thank you. Oh, Lord have mercy. Mercy, mercy. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable if you will. 1 minute here. That lighting is so bright. That's better. Okay. Bushy eyebrows, Doc, is good. I find it interesting. Thank you, Miss Sarah. Appreciate the income. So, who we got joining us real quick? Obviously, Miss Sarah's in the house. Miss Teresa, welcome to you. Guys, please make sure to hit the like button. Subscribe if you have not yet subscribed. Share it out. Hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss anything. Please and thank you. And thank you to Sluther for that. Welcome, Sluther. Good to see you. Mandy Gillian, welcome back to you. Miss Jenny, good to see you today. Paisley Post, welcome. Wendy, good to see you today. Sleuthy Kitty, welcome back. Miss Tina Skullscar, good to see you today. Eddie's in the house, guys. One made nut, great to see you, buddy. G Bean, welcome back to you. Hiramino, welcome. Great to have you here. I think, is that everybody? It's Miss Donna 7 of 9 is in the house. Sandra Sylvester, welcome to you. Jesse Lynn, welcome back, dear. Good to see you, which he was. Welcome, welcome. Blue Devil, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Thank you for being here. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. New Mexico 444. Good to see you as well. Yeah, yesterday there was another 28 docs dropped. I think so. Sarah can verify that for sure. As far as the numbers, I do believe. Um, Tattoo Gal, good to see you. Juror 13, welcome back to you. Good to see you today. I'm pretty sure it was 28 more dropped. A lot of stuff that was in that document drop we had seen, from my understanding, but there was some new stuff in there for sure too. So don't worry about that. We will be getting to that stuff for sure. Let me see. Welcome to the mods that are here. Appreciate you for being here. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable. That's what I thought. Thank you, Sarah. Again, make sure to hit the like button if you will, please, and thank you. Share it out. Boy, somebody sent me something this morning. I'm gonna tell you guys, I have felt so bad for the Gonsalves family because of their loss, obviously. Okay, and they've just become just mean people, and I get what they've gone through is horrifying, but they're rude to people now for no reason, okay? This was dropped on the Gonsalves family page. Hey, Miss Rowe, good to see you, dear. And I believe that somebody was pointing something out to them, okay? And says, are you guys going to use that new amazing foundation to test the hair in the Idaho case? Okay. And I believe it was probably Christy comes back and says, if it was true, I would, but you can kind of go fuck yourself. Are you kidding me? Like, I could see if this was somebody trolling or being rude or ignorant or something like that, but I mean, I believe this is somebody that believes what it is. And it's like, wow, okay. That's just that's going overboard, in my opinion. Really going overboard. I'm sorry. And again, I know they've been through hell. Don't get me wrong. Nobody should ever go through anything like what they've been through. It doesn't deserve that. Okay. If this was somebody trolling them, calling them names, making ignorant comments, something, I would get that. Fully, I would. This is somebody that truly you can tell that they're interested in and they're being honest, in my opinion. Are you going to use the new amazing foundation? That says a lot. To test the hair. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. I don't understand it, but hey, it is what it is. Really hard to feel bad for people that talk to people this way, you know what I mean? Welcome, SR Bubbles. Good to see you, dear. Glad you're here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Um, so yeah, guys, that's just that's uncalled for. For those of you that didn't see it, again, there it is. You can read it for yourself, and this the answer to it. That's a bit much. You don't have to apologize to me. You're fine, dear. It's just rude. It's absolutely. I maybe that's what it is. You're in an anger state of grief and can't hear anything. I guess, but there's no call, especially when these people are. Everybody that they have gone at, in my opinion, has been on their side, wanting justice for their child. They don't care. They don't care. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to see it. So hey, it is what it is. Baby Ames, great to see you. Good to have you in the house today. Thank you for joining us. It's like we got 64 people here, guys. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button. We got 38 likes. Let's see if we can make that match, you guys. I agree. I feel horrible for Kaylee and the situation and the way everything happened. There's no call for any of it. It's horrifying. So yeah. Come on in and grab a seat, guys. Why did the chat disconnect? That's weird. Hang on. Hang on. Let me make sure everything's running. Baby Ames, baby Ames. Good to see you, baby Ames. So, like I said, today, Travis went ahead and did the statement analysis for Bethany. We're going to be reviewing that real quick, and then we will be jumping into the Nick Mowich conversation and breaking that down best we can with what little information is out there because there's not a whole lot there. So we'll be looking into that and talking. That'll be the discussion side to things for sure. We'll definitely be talking about him and the possibilities of him and so on and so forth. So we'll go there for sure. I agree with that, Donna. I do. Shirley, she says, others on that page must be reading those responses and questioning their use of language, how rude it is, and I'd be saying, I agree with you fully. people don't want to support people that are being nasty to them. I'm just telling you. So, and I get that the same thing. You guys know I have. That's why I came into this case. I've always felt bad for them. Horrible. But I don't understand their blatant disregard for things that matter. Fully and honestly, truly. Welcome, Michelle F. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. I absolutely agree with that, SRB. Let me see. Just waiting a few minutes, guys. Hopefully, everybody will get in here, and that way we don't have to backtrack on it. Hopefully, 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 hopefully. Excuse me. Bada bing, bada boom, bada la boom, boom, deepity, deepity. Like there's 70 of you guys in here now. 41 likes. You guys are getting there. That's a great question, baby Ames. Great question. Is it for money or for the legacy of their daughter? That's what I want to know too. I know what it should be for, but that's just my opinion. The lovely Miss Kawanda joining us. Good to see you. Aquamarine, welcome back to you. Great to see you all in the house today. Thank you for joining us. No, I agree with you, Donna. Unless they don't need sympathy, GoFundMe anymore, and they've got the back end. Yeah, hey, that's a good point. I fully agree with you. Sorry, not sorry. I agree with that too. You get old like me, and your bubble of people becomes small, and there's no time for. Yeah. You don't have to be old like that. I'm telling you, I'm the same person. I don't have too many close friends anymore outside of you guys. You know, real life people. A few of them have died, so therefore, in turn, I have a very short list now. It's what it seems to be. Everything seems to be pointing back to money at this point, and that's kind of sad. Kind of sad. Welcome, Mama's boy. Good to see you today. China One from Dark Side of the Moon checking in. You're being monitored. I'm sure I am. Sure I am. I'm sure I have been too. I get it, G Bean. Amen to that, Juror 13. You got to guard your own peace of mind, fully and totally. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Welcome, Tandy. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us on your lunch break. All right. If that's true, yeah, I agree with you. 100%, Teresa. Let's see here. Stacy Glandon, welcome. Michelle F., good to see you if I didn't say it already. Great to have you here. There's our Mama Bear popping in to say hi. Ms. Margaret, good to see you as well. And thank you, Stacy, for that. I appreciate you very much. God bless, hon. Okay. Oh, I'm sure they do. As they should, to some aspect. Becky Blythe, welcome. Good to have you here. Let me see here. Oh, hey, good news, good news. Looks like Travis T Logic's channel hit a 1,000 subscribers plus. That is awesome. Very, very awesome. Thank the Lord. Good for you, brother. If you can hear me, I'm glad you did. You deserve it for sure. Let's make sure we drop Travis's link here so we can continue growing. And Juror 13 dropping the first of our goals. Thank you for that. God bless. Very much appreciated, Juror. You're the man. Appreciate you very, very much. Wouldn't be the first or the last time Steve showed up. Yeah, right. Exactly. He's been in here more than once. That's for sure. Thank you so much again, Juror 13. Very awesome. Thank you to anybody that has donated. By the way, I noticed I got a ding. Has donated to the Cash App, PayPal, and or the Venmo. Thank you for that. These bills are due again. I swear to God, as soon as I pay the bills for the internet and everything, they're due again. It seems like a couple days. It's crazy. But anyway, thank you for those that donate to that as well, because that does help us to keep this show running, keep our internet on, and all that fun stuff. So thank you, Miss Teresa. Number 2, thank you for that. Thank you for this community, and thank you for being part of this community, Teresa. We love you. Very much appreciated. Altruistic Murders in the house. Good to see you. My Blue Devil, good to see you. If I didn't say it, thank you, Bubbles. Appreciate that, dear. Um, Hold on. Phil is in the house. What's up, Phil? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you always. Lacey, good to see you. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good night, whatever it is. I hope it's good for you guys because it's great to be here with you guys. Always. I agree. I agree, Donna. Fully and honestly, I like Travis. Travis, he's a really, really good guy, I think. And I'm grateful that he's part of the community now. So, 1 minute. I'm grateful to see that he has hit 1K subscribers. That's awesome. That is awesome. I'm grateful. Super happy for him, too. He did it quick, guys. He did it quick. So I'm sure some of you have seen this already because it's been out. Um, we all do things differently. I like to slow it down, break it down, do whatever we do the best we can. But yeah, we're gonna go through that first, and then we're gonna jump into the Nick Mowich conversation and talk about that. All right, let me see here. Looks like we have 82 beautiful peeps here. 52, 54, 54 likes. Thank you for that, guys. Keeping it going. Hit that like button, please, and thank you. Right. I think he was at 40 subs when we first looked into him. So yes. And also, while we're just gonna wait just another minute or so, I have it up and ready to go. One more thing I want to do is throw this link in here. We are, I think we're at 135 subscribers on the other channel, Cabinet Conspiracy. We'd really love to have you guys subscribe to that if you could, please, and thank you to help us out there. We will be starting that up here very soon. Juror 13, thank you again for that. You are the lady. Yes, you are the lady. I'm so sorry about that, Juror 13. My apologies. I hate when I do that. So you the lady, that's right. Thank you for that. And number 3 towards our goal, I believe. Yes. That's amazing. God bless. And my apologies. But yeah, make sure you guys, if you can, if you're interested, of course, in a Cabinet Conspiracy, the other channel we have here, make sure you subscribe to that if you will, please, and thank you. I am greatly appreciative. And we will be kicking that off very soon. Can you do a recap of how Kennedy's interview contradicts the timeline confused about? Okay, yeah, I can. So first and foremost, thank you, altruistic. So am I, and thank you, Miss Donna. Um, Kennedy's interview, she states that she walked Dylan and Bethany together, okay, halfway home. But the claim is that she walked them from where they live at on Taylor Ave, Taylor Avenue, to about halfway to the middle of the white apartment, and then turns around and starts walking back. And she's asked, did they start to turn and head towards that walkway that they have? And she said no, they just kept going straight. So first and foremost, and she said that they showed up. I think it was Dylan showed up at 10:30 at her house, and then Bethany showed up at 11:30, an hour later, and said that they were there for 2 to 3 hours apiece. And so the detective said, what time did you start to walk them home?" And she said it was late, around 2:30 is the timeline. Well, if that's the timeline that she walked them home, that doesn't make sense, because we were told, for one, that they were sitting in Kaylee's room having a conversation at 2 a.m. That contradicts their timeline. Okay. Did they go home? Why did they walk past the shortcut that would walk right up to the front door of 1122? Where did they go on Taylor? Did they walk to a different house? Did they walk around the block? What'd they do? We don't know. But again, that would put them past the 2 o'clock hour. What were they doing, guys? And why were they lying about that, if that's true? Okay. Saber Sleuth, welcome. Right, the Vampire Diaries, the whole thing. And then that in turn also changes Lakeland McComas. That changes her story too. Who's telling the truth? There's the difference. Sausage biscuits, good to see ya. I'm curious now, very curious. And I have a lot of problems with that timeline. It changes the timeline, in my opinion, completely. So that interview was pretty chunky with some stuff that shouldn't have been in there. Well, probably shouldn't have been spoken about if they wanted to keep this narrative going the way they were, is what I'm saying. That's another thing too. Bubbles says, if they walked around the block and came down King and up Queen, they would be on cam unless it was earlier than 12:55. Right. I meant the interview was chunky, not you guys. That was funny though, Sluther. Um, it kind of completely changes Dylan and Bethany's stories. So we're gonna listen to what Travis says about Bethany here in a minute. What his thoughts are. That doesn't even mention how easy cutting through the backyard over Valencia to Emily. Right. That's another point that I've been bringing up on a regular. So just saying. Okay. All right, guys. Let me throw this up here and get this moving. I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing my voice already. And again, guys, please make sure to subscribe to Travis's channel if you have not yet done it. You're missing out. And show some support, guys. Please and thank you. I'm curious about this one for sure. I literally, really, truly am. There could be nothing in this one. Welcome, Matt. There could be nothing at all in this one that he finds to be questionable or sensitive or any of those things. But I'm curious. Welcome, Kim. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Good show today. Yeah, he hit 1,000 guys. We want to keep that going as much as we can and help him get as far into this as he can. I do believe he deserves it, truly and honestly. So we're going to go through this, like I said, let him break this down, discuss it ourselves, and then we're going to jump into a discussion about who Nick Mowich is, how he could, take part in this case, what his part could be, if at all, and just break down the things that have been said. So, best we can. So here we go. Me too. I've learned a lot from him. I agree with you.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It is time for the much anticipated Bethany Funke's statement analysis. So I'm analyzing her November 13th, 2022 interview, just like we did Dylan's the same day. I'm really excited to go through it. So let's go ahead and jump into it and start watching the interview, and then we'll jump into the analysis, okay? And by the way, shout out to Outcast. We're going to be watching Outcast. I know I got some peeps from the Outcast channel, so we're going to be watching their video of this. Shout out to them. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit here.
Okay. All I want to do is try and get an idea of what you heard, what you saw, and any timeline, any information that you can give us so that we can try and figure out what happened, okay? So just take a deep breath for me. I know this isn't going to be easy. I'm just going to go from there, okay?
Sorry, Mama Bear said the volume was low. Let me see if I can fix this. My apologies, you guys.
Can I get your name? What's your first name?
Hopefully that's better.
What's your middle initial? And your last name? And your date of birth? And you live there at 1122 King Road?
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to start there. Let's go ahead and jump over to the analysis and make sure y'all can see this. Okay. So this again is Bethany Funke's interview with Sergeant Dustin Blaker on November 13th, 2022. So just a little bit of housekeeping real quick. I had someone send me a transcript of this interview. I used it here, but I have made some changes to it. And there's a couple things we're going to be talking about when it comes to redactions from this video. As far as I know, this is the least redacted video that I could find. If there are better videos that are less redacted, I'm going to be really frustrated about that. So hopefully that's the case still. Okay, so and this time I'm actually going to share all my analysis. So my analysis is in green. So let's go over it. The analyst, which is me, is presupposing that the subject is innocent. The subject is Bethany. And the subject is innocent and has no guilty knowledge of the deaths of the 4 victims in the Idaho 4 case. Okay. So we're coming at this from that presupposition. The analyst will be looking for indications that support this presupposition and will be surprised if confronted with anything to the contrary. So said another way, I'm going to begin with the presupposition that the subject is innocent, that she has no guilty knowledge regarding the deaths of the Idaho 4 victims, and I will allow the subject to confirm my presupposition or allow the subject to prove my presupposition wrong. Allow her to talk me out of that presupposition. I am going to allow her words to guide me, and if she cannot say it, I will not say it for her. Okay, so the analyst does have knowledge of the case. So I have knowledge of the case. I've analyzed the 911 call, Dylan Mortenson's November 13th police station interview, and has some background knowledge of the case at this point. I've heard quite a bit now, okay? So truly objective and truly unbiased analysis is very difficult, may even be impossible to achieve at this point for myself. So I'm just throwing that out there, being honest. I'm a pretty objective guy. I can take a side and stick to it and be consistent. I'm pretty good at that. So I'm going to do my best. But for the purposes of this analysis, the only allowed knowledge to be included in the analysis, the only thing I'm allowing myself to know is number one, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves, I believe is how you say their names. The Idaho 4 are deceased, okay? So that's something I do know coming into this. Number two, the Idaho 4 died sometime between the night of November 12th and the morning of November 13th. Number three, the address where all 4 victims were found is 1122 King Street, Moscow, Idaho. And number 4, Bethany Funke, the subject, and Dylan Mortenson lived at the relevant Moscow residence at the time of the Idaho 4 murders, okay? So we have the sergeant here. If you could, take a deep breath for me. I understand this is stressful, okay? Just this is what I want to do. And we have an uh-huh. So uh-huh is an informal yes. It's not yes. It's not yeah. Okay. Uh-huh is informal. Might even be, it's considered maybe even immature. In a case like this, in a situation like this, I know I've seen courtroom situations. It seems like to me that requiring yeses or nos, clear communication is extremely important. It seems like that would be required. So I just don't like that uh-huhs and mm-hms are allowed to be used. Okay. Now, does that typically happen?
Agreed.
I can't say that for sure. I'm not a law enforcement. I'm not in law enforcement. I'm not a detective. I'm not even a professional statement analyst. So, but just from my perspective, I don't think that should be accepted. I think that law enforcement should require, hey, I'm going to need a yes or no from you. A yeah, something like that. Okay. So uh-huhs can indicate a lack of willingness to just say yes. Okay.
Welcome, Lenny Briscoe, and anybody else that's jumped in recently. It's great to see you guys here today with us. I appreciate you all very much. Thank you so much for joining us.
Willingness to say yeah. So it's something we're going to see quite a bit of here in this statement. So anyway, so just take a deep breath for me. I know this isn't going to be easy. We'll kind of go from there. Subject says okay, asks for her information, specifically, first name, middle, last name. Okay. So we are noting here that the sergeant has asked for first, middle, and last name and date of birth. So this is something to keep in mind as we listen to how the subject introduces others into the statement. Okay. So just kind of keep that in mind. Here we have, okay, and you live there at 1122 King Road, which is the place where the Idaho 4 have died. Yep. Okay. Yep is also an informal yes. It's not a yes, and it's not a yeah. It's informal. So don't necessarily love to see that. She's in Nevada. Do you have your phone here with you? Mm-hmm. This is another informal yes. So what we're going to do is take phones for a little while, and that kind of thing. So I'm skipping ahead. We're gonna look into this a little bit. and then we're going to start getting into the meat and potatoes. So let's jump back over before I forget.
What state you're in,
Nevada.
Do you have your phone here with you? Okay. So what we're going to be doing is taking people's phones for a little while. And we're going to try and, so because I don't know if you called anyone or made any phone calls or anything like that. What we do in an investigation like this is we try and collect as much information as we can. Okay, anything that might be small, you may not think is important for us to find out what happened, but is very crucial. So taking something off your phone might be extremely useful for us, even if it's something that you don't realize, okay? And we'll try to get that phone back to you as fast as we can. Okay, is that okay with you?
Welcome, Ash. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here today.
Okay, so this is your phone here?
Yeah, can I tell my mom?
That's fine, that's your phone number. Yep. And then what I'm gonna need is your passcode from your phone, or here between the two of us, we can even turn off your passcode, okay?
How do you take a Oh.
You can do that? And if it won't let you do it, that's fine. You can just give me or tell me your passcode.
I just don't want my
Okay, what is your passcode?
I agree with that, Donna. Absolutely.
And what type of
Can I see my mom text me real quick? Thank you.
Alright, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay. Any social media you have, like Facebook or anything like do you have any other social media type
I
sites?
have
Welcome, Lizzie. These redactions are insane.
Those the big ones?
yeah.
So we're going to kind of go back and try and get a little bit of a timeline, okay? So what did you guys do last night? More specifically, if you were by yourself and not with that group?
Okay. Kind of a lot there, but at the same time, not a whole lot. So let's go ahead and pull up our analysis. Really want to make sure nothing's cut off because I did a whole video where the sides were cut off and that was embarrassing, I'll be honest with you. Okay, so let's see. Taking the phones for a while. We have so she asks, so by the way, there's a lot of redacted stuff here. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. But at one point she asks, yeah, can I tell my mom? That's fine. I do not know what standard operating procedure in a case like this is, in a situation like this. The communication on the phone may impact the interview, and that is the concern here, right? So what did mom say back? I don't know what standard operating procedure is regarding this. It's a little funky though, okay? Considering that, the house that she was just in, all this happened. So they went through the passcode. There's not a lot here. She also asks again if she can text mom. So yeah, again, I mean, if there's coaching going on, this could potentially influence the subject's response regarding the mother. But we also have the discussion about social media and stuff like that. So the challenge of the analyst is to forget all context, enter into the subject statement with no preconceived notions, and do the best we can to quiet any facts we know about the case already, namely Dylan's statement. What we would expect from the subject is that she would divulge all of her social media accounts, etc. at this point. We would like to see this here, even though there are redactions. There is quite a bit of time being talked, quite a bit of time being used up here between them talking about the social media accounts for the subject. Okay, I kind of worded that weird. But there's like 30 seconds here, there's 40 seconds, there's 20 seconds. So quite a bit of time here. So this appears to be a good sign. Okay, so we don't know what's divulged, but this appears to be a good sign. We are starting with the presupposition that the subject is innocent, has no guilty knowledge, and has a measure of willingness to share, desire to be heard, and aid law enforcement, of course. Okay, so again, we don't know how much is being shared. The sergeant asks, are those the big ones? The answer is yeah. We're going to simply presuppose that all the big ones are shared at this point because we have no other means to verify this, okay? So, and then we have him starting to get into the meat and potatoes. So let's go ahead and jump back.
Ethan was in the house, so it was Taylor.
So you're with
One of them is my roommates, and one of them is her boyfriend.
Okay. We're going to start here. So he asks if you're by yourself and not with the group. She says, Again, an informal yes or yeah. We've seen a mixture of this so far, considering the context of the reason for this interview. It does indicate possibilities like low maturity. It also may indicate sensitivity to give definitive answers, which would be unexpected. Again, it would be great if the sergeant said, hey, I need yeses or nos. Okay, so unfortunately, the very first question here is redacted. We do not know what he asked, but right off the bat, we get some very important, a very important sentence here. And it was kind of broken up. We have, Ethan was in the house and so was Xana. And then he starts talking, so you were with, and so she kind of finishes off. So I'm going to break this down into two parts, okay? So unfortunately, we do not know what's being asked here, if anything was asked or was stated. This caveats our analysis of the answer here from the subject. Law enforcement should be asking questions that allow for FEP, the free editing process of the mind, as to not contaminate the statement. Okay, free editing process. Hey, what happened yesterday? The investigator should not be giving subjects words. Okay, should allow them to freely choose where and when and how and why they want to begin speaking, that kind of thing. So we cannot assume whether the sergeant did contaminate, ask a contaminating question. Maybe he has to rate really great question. Tell me about what happened. Tell me what you know. We don't know. Okay. We can't assume either way at this point. So we do have an opening filler with a pause, which indicates sensitivity. Ethan then follows. We have a social introduction here. Ethan. Who is Ethan in relation to the subject? I said relativity. Sorry. This is an important question. Social introductions give us insight as to the quality of the relationship between the subject and the other person. My friend Ethan, or my roommate Ethan, or something like that would have been a proper social introduction. My title, relation, and name. Okay. Instead, we are confronted with simply Ethan. This is better than a man or a boy. So just to kind of, swing the pendulum, make sure the pendulum's not swung the other way. She does give us the name, which is good. However, given we're only given a name, no relation, it likely indicates a poor quality relationship. Okay. Was in the house. Okay. Was is past tense. Okay. Does this mean that Ethan was in the sense that he was living and now he's not? Or is was here a past tense of retelling of where he was physically at one point in time? We are not sure so far. In the house doesn't specify what house, and there's a measure of psychological distancing with the use of the house, okay? Not our house. If this is the house that 1122 King, where she lives, she didn't say our house. She didn't say my house, okay? We only have the house. This could indicate sensitivity to the location, the house, or the possibility of distancing with Ethan. The presence of Ethan may influence why it is the house, okay? All right. And so was Xana. So I'm actually going to zoom out here a little bit so we can keep seeing this right here. And so was Xana. Ethan and Xana could not be further away from each other in the sentence, okay? Ethan and Xana. This indicates potentially there was distancing between Ethan and Xana in the subject's mind, okay? Ethan and Xana were at the house. This would have been simple. This would have put Ethan and Xana close together. This is not what she chose to say. And the law of economy says that the brain will select the simplest way necessary to communicate a sentence, unless there is sensitivity, okay? So that is it's called the law of economy. Our brains likes to say sentences the simplest and easiest way, okay, as opposed to the most difficult way. There's an infinite amount of ways we can communicate stuff. The law of economy says we like to communicate things simply. I went to the store. Our brain doesn't like to add 50 words unless there's sensitivity, unless there's reason behind it, okay? So the fact that Xana was mentioned last may indicate distancing from the subject to Xana as well, okay? Again, was in front of Xana makes us wonder, was this reference to was as in living or was as in physically? And for example, she will go somewhere else later. We will see. Huge caveat here. We do not know how much was redacted here, and we don't know what the sergeant asked. This makes the analysis here pretty dang weak, unfortunately. Okay. So we're going to move on. Sergeant started kind of saying, so you were with, and our subject says, one of them is my roommates and one of them is her boyfriend. Here's the analysis. This did happen fast in the sense that the response here was more of a continuation of what the subject said before and less of a response to the sergeant's words here. Okay, it ran together. So that is considered here. My roommate Xana and her boyfriend Ethan were in the house. This is not what the subject said. We are confronted with an extended social introduction, which brings things more to the positive. However, they're both still incomplete. The way this is communicated instead leaves us with a little bit of a puzzle or a riddle to figure out who is which. Okay, so I want to challenge you. If you have no idea about this case, you are an investigator, you're a sergeant, you have no idea who these people are, and you're confronted with Xana and Ethan, right? Ethan was in the house and so was Xana. You don't know who these people are. One of them is my roommates and one of them is her boyfriend. Does that clarify things for you? Okay, so it's a bit of a riddle here. This is not expected. Why is this? It does indicate that saying their names and their relations are sensitive to the subject. Instead of their names, they're replaced with one of them. Okay, one of them. This is a distancing sensitivity indication, as we know these two are victims and are now deceased. It is not ideal for what we are expecting here. Okay, having the initial question clarified before this one would help us with the context, but alas, we don't have that. Okay, so I'm talking about having this clarified, would help us with this analysis even here. Okay, all right, let me find where we were at. We are hoping to see closeness with the victims. We expect to observe at least a measure of closeness and concern for the victims, that type of thing. So we're getting so why are we getting a bit of a puzzle here? My roommates, not sure if she added the S at the end, but the audio does sound like this is the case. And I'm not sure it was intended if it was intended for her to add the S or not. It is possible she was going to start with one of them is my roommate's boyfriend and decided to change it up mid-sentence. Not sure. Either way, she is not saying Xana and Ethan were my friends, best friends, close friends, etc. At best, my roommate and her boyfriend. Looking at things objectively as we should, the subject may not have been very close with Ethan and Xana. They may have been roommates, but not close friends, just roommates. And the roommate's boyfriend, that's about as close as it got. That wouldn't be necessarily unreasonable, and it wouldn't necessarily be suspicious. We will pay close attention to this, though. We have present tense is her boyfriend, which referring to them as if they are still alive in the present tense is a good sign. Had the subject not known whether Xana and Ethan were deceased at this point, and she referred to them in the past tense, this would indicate that she knew they were deceased, which would be a clear indication of guilty knowledge. Let's say that she was supposed to not even know whether they're dead or not. She'd have based on her account, she had no reason to know whether they're dead. Let's say they were missing, and she talks about them in the past tense, showing that she has processed their deaths, right? A present tense use here is an indication that the processing of their deaths has not completely happened. That's a good sign. The depths of what the subject knows, whether she has been told of their deaths, she witnessed that they were dead, etc., is not clear so far from within this statement. The challenge of the analyst is to block out what the analyst already knows, separate this from the analysis, and allow the subject to guide them only. Guide me. Okay. All right. So hopefully that's making sense. Hopefully you guys can see that. You can hear me. Okay, good. Let's go to video and we're going to keep going.
So you're with Ethan
And Xana.
Xana?
Mm-hmm.
Can you spell that for me?
X-A-N-Y. Or A-N-A, sorry.
X-A-N-A.
N-A.
Okay. So I'm just trying to. Sometimes it helps me put names together. So you were with Ethan and Xana last night.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to actually stop there. quite a bit to talk about here. So share this tab. All right. Okay. So you were with Ethan and Xana, the subject says. She says her name here, which is a good sign. She could have said, and my roommate, but instead she said Xana. She also could have said, and my friend Xana, but she didn't say that. She simply said Xana, which so far is a continuation of the indications. I misspelled that. That's going to drive me nuts. Indications of the quality of relationship we've seen so far. Okay, which is not great. The sergeant's question kind of underscores the peculiarity of the riddle that was given earlier. I was with my roommate Xana and her boyfriend Ethan. Would have made economic sense. It would have taken less amount of energy and effort and would have actually been less confusing. Okay, so she kind of went the long way around and being confusing, meanwhile indicating distance with these victims. Okay, so the sergeant's confused. Xana? Subject, is another informal yes. It may indicate sensitivity, showing an unwillingness to simply say yes. The sergeant asking the question echoes the lack of clarity from earlier. Okay, he says, can you spell that for me? Subject, X-A-N-Y or A-N-A, sorry. The sergeant asks for spelling here. Xana being an atypical name, it's very understandable to ask this. Given the fact that the subject was asked for her full name earlier, last name and middle name, first, middle, and last, it would have been a good sign if the subject had offered this up without asking. The subject didn't appear to consider this. This is a good time to say that we would expect a measure of willingness to speak for those who have passed away, since they cannot speak for themselves anymore. We have an almost angelic view of those close to us who have passed on. This could be more supporting evidence that the subject has an arm's length relationship to Xana and Ethan, okay? Or an acquaintance type of relationship, okay? X-A-N-Y or A-N-A is what she said, and then sorry. She messed up spelling Xana's name, which may indicate heightened stress. It may indicate her lack of familiarity with Xana. It's understandable that people make mistakes. However, this is in reference to someone who was just murdered, and after she misspoke, she chose not to be thorough and clear by starting again with X, okay? She simply said A-N-A, which is somewhat of a concerning thing, and along with the lack of proper social introduction, underscores a measure of sensitivity regarding Xana. One's consideration is, was Xanny a name that she's used before when she said X-A-N-Y? Is that what is spelled on her phone, for example? Is it a personal nickname? Would that be a derogatory nickname or a positive nickname? This is pure speculation. Just something that this analyst, is considering. Why that Y popped up there? So not interpreting, but just considering, just musing, not making any conclusions. Then we have a sorry. I put sorry in red for a reason. She apologized for what seemed like to be her error. Anytime we see sorry in a statement, we flag it though, as it may be an indication of leakage of feelings of guilt. Okay, leakage is unintended words or emotions that come out in the brain, from the brain to the mouth. Okay, I'm going to talk about leakage a little bit here, but let's finish this. And so it could be indication of leakage of feelings of guilt on a larger scale than simply misspelling Xana's name here. Okay, we do not interpret, but the sorry is there, and we're going to point it out in considering it moving forward. Okay, so I'm going to fix this too. So leakage is the speed of transmission is how statement analysis really is able to get the plane off the ground. This is why it's functional. This is why it works. This is why it is useful and effective. Okay. The brain, the speed of transmission from, we have average 35-year-old has about 25 to 30,000 words in their personal, internal, subjective dictionary. Okay. We all have our own dictionary. And when we recall what has happened, the brain is going back and selecting very specific words from that dictionary, only a few of them, and is organizing them. And that's called syntax, and making it so that the words that are being sent to the mouth make sense to those who are listening. And that speed of transmission, that whole operation is extremely fast. And so when people are deceptive, when there is anxiety, when there's nervousness, when there is intentions to omit information, there is an interference with this speed of transmission, with the speed of transmission from the brain to the mouth. And words that are not intended to come out will come out. Okay. That is called leakage. Okay. So sorry could be leakage. It seems like the sorry is coming out because she misspelled the name, but sorry might spill out because there are deeper feelings of guilt. Okay. So it's just something that we consider. It's not something we conclude. It's just a little bit of a flag. Okay. Not necessarily a red flag, even though I have it in red. All right. So the sergeant is still confused. So we're locking back in here. Okay. X-A-N-Y or A-N-A, sorry. X-A. So the sergeant's confused. Okay. Again, she didn't go back and explain X-A-N-Y or A-N-A. I mean, this is kind of a riddle here. He's confused. X-A, subject, N-A. So the sergeant was still unclear about how to spell Xana, which underscores the analysis above. N-A, and that's it. Not, let me go back and clarify. It's X-A-N-A. That's my friend's name. So we are being alerted to some lack of cooperation with the sergeant and distancing with Xana again. Okay. So now the sergeant goes N-A. Okay. So I'm just trying to, sometimes that helps me put names together. Okay. So this kind of is interesting here. I'm not sure what the subject says here. That's okay. It's very hard to hear. The recording is pretty poor sometimes. So the sergeant feels the need to explain what he's trying to do, as if what he's doing, which is clarifying information regarding Xana, needs an explanation. It seems like he perceived that this is sensitive to her. Not interpreting the sergeant here, but just simply considering it. That's just, we look at all the information that we have in this statement. The response is something like, that's okay. Like I said, not sure. Not sure exactly. So the analysis here is moot on what she said. All right. So we're going to get into some interesting stuff here. Let's pop back over to our video. And here we go.
And do you know Ethan's last name?
G-Man. I don't know how to spell it.
Let me go back a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I'm just trying to. Sometimes it helps me put names together. So you were with Ethan and Xana last night.
Yeah.
And do you know Ethan's last name?
G-Man. I don't know how to spell it.
That's fine.
Okay. Let's break that down. All right. Let me zoom in just a little bit more. Is that good? That's good. Okay. Sergeant, so you were with Ethan and Xana last night at, I believe this is Sigma Chi. Okay. The transcript I got said this is Sigma Chi. This video from Outcast only has like Sigma Chi twice in this whole statement. Okay. So if it's in red here, that means I'm not 100% sure it's Sigma Chi. I think it is. And at first I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do redacted and I'm going to call it that. But the fact that so much is redacted, it just pisses me off. And so I'm going to be I'm just going to at least throw it out there. And because I feel the public should have this information. That's just my personal opinion. So if it's in red, this has a caveat here. I'm not 100%. I can't say definitively he said Sigma Chi. Okay. Now, her answer is yep. Yep is informal. Again, she doesn't further explain. So you're with Ethan and Zan last night at Sigma Chi. Yep, that's it. She awaits another question. This was an opportunity to elaborate. This opportunity was not taken. Okay. The sergeant did not ask an open-ended question here. So it is what it is. She didn't say before, as far as we can tell, that she was with Ethan and Zen at Sigma Chi. We think, based on the transcript that was given to me.
I'll be right back, guys. I got to use the bathroom. I'm going to keep letting it play, though. I'll be right back.
And later in the interview, there are 2 instances of unredacted Sigma Chi. I guess I said that already. The redactions earlier must have been in reference to this, which underscores how the redactions limit the analysis. Every word is crucial to achieve high quality statement analysis. Okay. So just being honest with you guys. All right. But we're going to analyze it anyway, but it's just the truth. All right. It's just the truth. So what's unredacted, what questions do allow the subject to get into free editing process, the FEP, we can at least use those, and those are going to be given the greatest weight in any conclusions that are made. Okay. All right. So then we have Sergeant. Okay. And how do you know Ethan's last name? And do you know Ethan's last name? Chapin, I don't know how to spell it. Okay. That's what she said. All right. So we're going to move this down a little bit. So this is here. Yeah. Okay. Is an indication of sensitivity. She paused. We're now given the last name of Ethan because the investigator asked for it. It brings a question to mind as to why this wasn't offered when she first introduced Ethan. This indicates sensitivity to Ethan, between the subject and Ethan, and a measure of psychological distancing. Okay. This is not a good sign, and it echoes the type of relationship we've been understanding from earlier. She apparently knew he was going to ask and said that she didn't know how to spell it before he asked, which indicates preempting here of the question, how do you spell it, right? She was preempting that question from the investigator. Preempting is something we want to pay very close attention to. Preempting the question, preempting indicates the sensitivity of the investigator's presence, okay? And that can be a bad sign. Okay, that can be a bad sign. So if people are showing, if subjects are indicating that they are nervous about the presence of an investigator, okay, if there's intense sensitivity about that, that can be a bad sign, indicating guilt, indicating stress over law enforcement. Okay. So preempting the question about spelling is not particularly concerning. The fact that the subject doesn't know how to spell Ethan's last name may mean a few things. It may further corroborate that she was simply not very close with this person, didn't have much interaction with him, and didn't have his phone number in her phone, that kind of thing. I don't know is something we want to pay close attention to, especially if it comes out towards a question that hasn't been asked. We really want to understand that. That could be a huge clue, okay? So we're going to look for any change from this kind of arm's length or acquaintance relationship as we go through the statement, okay? It here is a reference to his last name, not Ethan as a person, okay? So she wasn't, it doesn't seem like she's referring to Ethan as a person. That would be a really bad sign, okay? All right, so we're going to move on in the video. Let's get back to it.
Amazon say?
Criminal.
Do you spell it?
I think it's Kerno. Maybe another OTA or something like that.
Okay, so you're within the. What time did you guys get the certain pencils?
Around 8 something. Maybe 8:30.
8:30 p.m.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And prior to that, were you asked to see your house?
Mm-hmm.
So you left from your house?
Ethan was that formal because he went with his sister. She didn't have a date. And then
Okay.
we were just hanging out at our house. And then he came over and we all walked over together.
All right. Let's pop back over to our analysis. Okay. So, yeah, see it okay? Yep. Sergeant, that's fine. And Xana's last name, Kernodle, I believe is how you say it. You know how to spell it? I think it's Kerno, maybe another Odle or something like that. Okay. Indicates some thinking going on, a pause indicating sensitivity. The attempt to spell Xana's name is an indication. Why is that misspelled? The attempt to spell Xana's name is an indication that Xana was closer to the subject than Ethan. The caveats indicate that this relationship, while apparently closer than Ethan, is still not very close, which is a continuation of what we've observed in the statement so far. We're seeing consistency in this. Okay, so you're with them at, we believe, Sigma Chi. Huge caveat there. What time did you guys get to? Again, we believe Sigma Chi last night. Around 8 something, maybe 8:30. We have a range here, some caveats. Around something, maybe, not certainty. Not a great question here, okay? But again, the critique may change if we didn't have the earlier redactions. The critique might diminish, might increase, okay? So, and the reason being is because you're with them. There's just some interesting things here, okay? So we're going to get into a little bit more, so I don't want to dive into it right now. So 8:30 p.m., something like that, yeah. So not certainly regarding this time. The sergeant apparently wanted to just write down a time rather than a range. I mean, earlier she said something maybe 8 to 8:30. So 8:30 p.m., kind of strange. Okay, and prior to that, were you guys just at your house? Okay, another informal yes. All right. So you left from your house. So he kind of wasn't finished with that. And as we're going to see this, I don't know if you noticed this, but it was kind of a continuation here. Okay, so kind of another little awkward talking over each other. But let's look at this. Ethan was at formal because he went with his sister because she didn't have a date. And then we were just hanging out at our house. And then he came over and then we all walked over together. Okay. Seems like a pretty simple statement. And I am showing you guys kind of how I analyze here, what I mark and how I do it. I thought that'd be kind of fun for you guys to see. And as I'm looking at things, you can kind of pick them out here. Okay. The analysis here. The subject was not asked a direct question. The subject possibly interrupted the sergeant here, indicating that she was possibly answering, were you guys just at your house? Okay. Based on where the sergeant was prefacing this apparent next question, so he left from the house, he was looking at post-house events. Okay. So he's psychologically kind of moving on. However, she went back before they walked over together. We have two explanations as to why, which are very important sensitivity indications. Okay. So if you see the green here, cause and cause, okay, explanations as to why. So we need to pay close attention to them. She felt the need to explain why Ethan was at formal, number one, and two, why he was with his sister at the formal. I'm not sure what or where formal is. Ethan going to formal was sensitive for her, as she was preempting the question, why was Ethan at formal? And she also preempted the question, why was he at formal with his sisters? Okay. His sister. Ethan was at formal and we, was at formal and me, blank, blank, and blank were hanging out. That would have been fine. Why the need to explain this, right? So Ethan was at formal and me and whoever we're hanging out. She doesn't do that. She goes on to explain what I'm talking about here. So why the need to explain this? I'm going to actually bring this down just a little bit so we can keep seeing the statement as we're talking about it. So the sensitivity was not asked about, unfortunately. Okay. So he doesn't ask about these sensitivity indications, explaining why. This piece of information would be important to verify in the investigation. Did Ethan go to formal with his sister? Obviously, it would be a very important piece. So then we have a temporal lacunae, which is a passage of time. Okay, passage of time is the and thens. Okay, so we have 3 temporal lacunae. So anytime we see that, that indicates missing information. Okay, the mind is marking that some time passed, which means information is getting passed. And that missing information between Ethan being at formal and hanging out. So in between those two things, okay, is missing information. When she says we were just hanging out, it is not known who we is here. Okay, who's we? All right, we indicates cooperation and unity. Okay, so that's what that word means. Okay, interpreting this, we would assume that this meant Xana and the subject. So far, we have Ethan and Xana and the subject. So we don't interpret, though. So there may be missing information here. This could be deception in the sense of concealing who all we is here. So there could be a missing introduction here, okay? A complete missing social introduction of someone. We aren't making any conclusions. We're just noting possibilities. So there's a just here, which indicates she was thinking about something else other than hanging out, okay? Just, the word just, refutes what was said before. It minimizes, or it could minimize what was said before it. However, it is also a comparison word, okay? So it's kind of a juicy word. So there were 4 avocados on the table, and my wife says, hey, there were 4 here and now there's none. And I go, well, I just had one. I just had one, honey. I was thinking of the 4, and just is in relation to the 4, right? So there's multiple things being thought of, not just one thing. So just here indicates that the subject was thinking of something other than hanging out. And we don't have anything within the context of words to point to. Okay. So there's something there in her mind. Just here is persuasive. Okay. We were just hanging out. Hey, what were you guys doing yesterday? We were just hanging out. Okay. That's an indication of something other than hanging out happened. Okay. There's some persuasion there. So she uses our house instead of the house. Okay. So look at this. Okay. We were just hanging out at our house. So this is a change. Okay. Earlier, she was referred to the house. So the question is, what made the house change from our house? Okay. It's pretty interesting. It appears that when Ethan was in it, it was the house. When Ethan was not in it, it is our house. Okay. So this is telling me that the subject doesn't consider Ethan to be a part of our house. Okay. The use of house also seems to connect we. All right. We were just hanging out at our house. And again, based on what we've been given, is assumed to be Bethany and Xana's house. Okay. But this is not clear, but just from what we understand so far, we're open to other ideas. But, and so this change of language is just really important. If we're seeing a change of language from the house to our house, and there's no explanation, could be deception. We do see the change. We do see that Ethan is the change, right? So Peter Hyatt, my mentor, the professional statement analyst that I did learn from, he would give examples when people would. He gave an example of a statement where an individual said, I was driving my car down the freeway and it started sputtering and broke down. I left my vehicle on the side of the road and walked down to the nearest shop. So again, I was driving my car, it sputtered, broke down. I left my vehicle. So there was a change in language. What changed from why did the subject refer to it as a car in one sense and then started talking about it as a vehicle? Well, the car stopped working. So the change of language makes sense. In another instance, it is the officer pulled his gun from his holster, pointed and fired his weapon, then put his gun back into his holster. So what made the object change from a gun to a weapon back to a gun? Well, the firing of it changed it to a weapon. And then once it was done being fired, it changed back to gun. That makes sense. We'd like to see an explanation as to the change of language. Okay. And we see that here with the house. So just kind of help clarifying that in case you're a little confused. So another temporal lacunae, all right, and then, which indicates missing information between hanging out and he came over. Okay. So just hanging out at our house. So there was missing information here, just hanging out at our house, missing information here, passage of time, he came over. Okay. He makes some sense in this phrase because she identified Ethan earlier when in this statement. Ethan was at formal because he went with his sister because she didn't have a date, and then we were just hanging out at our house, and then he, okay. We're going to assume that that's Ethan, okay. Now, he didn't come home, he came over. So again, this is consistent with the change of language and the subject's view that we're picking up here. Okay. Ethan is not part of the household in the subject's mind. Okay. No, when she uses he, we are assuming this includes Ethan. Okay. So I said that. Although there is a logical possibility that a different he has entered into the statement. It's merely a possibility. So we'll be open to that. Okay. However, the came over, all right, kind of supports that this is Ethan. Okay. So we have a temporal lacunae again, indicating a passage of time and missing information between he came over and we walked over. Okay. So he came over and then we all walked over. So when he came over, that's telling us there was stuff that happened there. Okay. There was a passage of time. How long? We don't know. Okay. And then we all walked over together. Okay. All right. Where are we? So we all is now present, indicating cooperation and unity. We all indicating with no exceptions, everyone, right? That's what all means. All means all. All makes some sense here. There was a break from all with the separation of Ethan. Now Ethan is back, and that's all. Interpreting this, we're assuming this means Xana, Ethan, and the subject. We're just following the course of what the subject's telling us. Okay. Walked over together. Now here, walked over together. Together seems to be an unnecessary word. Why? Together appears to reinforce that we didn't simply walk. We walked together. This indicates some sensitivity here. Okay. This may be persuasion. So we will be on the lookout here for why this togetherness was sensitive. Was there an issue before they walked and now there wasn't? In other words, was there possible friction about who was all going where earlier and now they are together? Or was there a sense of separation? Maybe physical separation, emotional, psychological separation. And we're seeing the emphasis because there is a need to conceal this. Okay. So we will keep this in mind moving forward, as well as unforeseen reasons this word may have been included. Okay. So we walked over to Sigma Chi, would be fine. That's what I'm saying here. Okay. We walked over to Sigma Chi. Instead, we walked over together. Okay. Together. Walked is specific rather than we went to Sigma.
Good to see you here, Travis. Couple things. First and foremost, great video as always. Great job. And secondly, congrats on hitting 1,000 subscribers. God bless, brother. I'm grateful to see you doing so well. I hope you continue to do well, as we will all be supporting you as you grow for sure. Thank you for joining us in here. And again, thank you for doing what you do, sir. We all appreciate you very much.
Sigma Chi. Okay. So we went to Sigma Chi. It's really simple. Okay. So the subject specifies the mode of transportation here, which is something investigators, it seems, could verify via phone data, port cameras, and other means. Okay. All right. Let's keep listening.
You are so very welcome, brother, and same to you for sure.
Hopefully I'm making sense to y'all.
Okay, so that was you, Ethan, Xana. Was there another person with you? Or just the three of you?
Maddie walked over with us.
Okay. This is huge. Okay.
Yes, thank you again. And guys, make sure we drop his link again. I want to keep rolling it. Just because he hit 1,000 does not mean he needs to stop growing. So let's keep. If you have not yet subscribed to Travis T Logic, please make sure you're doing it. We're going to push this as far as we can for him because he deserves it. He does a great job. He's an amazing resource added to this community. Grateful for him to be around us and to be here to do these things. So let's keep it going, guys. Let's keep him growing and keep supporting him, please and thank you. And again, great job with this one, as always. Welcome, DJ Allegedly. Good to see you.
So that was you, Ethan, Xana. Was there another person with you or just the three of you? Maddie walked over with us. Analysis. This is a relatively simple question. Another person or just three of you? And it's a relevant question. Okay. We earlier noted that embedded in we may be more people than Xana, Ethan, and the subject. And we were hoping that this was not the case, but merely considering it a possibility. And the question unearthed exactly that. The inclusion of Maddie into we denotes sensitivity in the negative. The subject concealed Maddie's presence. Okay. Earlier, she said we all walked over together. All we had known is Ethan and Xana. Okay. There is clear psychological distancing with Maddie here for a number of reasons. This was not expected. Okay. Indicating she had to think about this denotes sensitivity. Let's pause. The sentence is not clear as to what she's meaning in the sense that we do not know who else we earlier or us now us based on the subject's own words. Okay. The question is, why didn't she mention Maddie before? Why did a question have to be asked for her to be clear about, at the very least, that Maddie came with us? With is a word that denotes distancing. Okay. Maddie, Xana, Ethan, and I, and me, walked over to Sigma Chi, right? Is simple, clear, and likely true. Okay. That's not what she said. All right. If we were to take earlier, we all walked over together. Now we're to assume that all, or now us, was Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Bethany, but we're still not going to assume that this is the case. We do not interpret. We let the subject speak for herself. So even though now Maddie is clarified to be part of we, I'm saying there could be more, right? We're going to still be open to that. So that leaves us with the lack of understanding what exactly who all are in her mind, even now, okay? Us is assumed to be Xana, Ethan, and Bethany. However, we cannot be sure that's all there was here. We also have a social introduction here. So not only did she conceal Maddie's presence here, we have a poor social introduction. Maddie, only Maddie. And it is noticed that no last name, no title, no relationship is explained. Who is she in relation to the subject? This indicates a poor relationship quality. The expected social introduction of my
Great point.
friend or roommate, Maddie Mogan, would indicate respect. Instead, it's simply Maddie. And where did they go? This is not specific at this point. walked over with us. Wait, walked over where? If she cannot say it, we will not say it for her. Okay. We are alerted to the fact that there is a hindered flow of information here and concealed information, which is not what we would have expected. Okay. The fact that this is Maddie is a victim and is at the time of this interview deceased. The fact that this experience is likely one of the few last moments she's seen alive makes this concealment even more alarming. Considering that together was mentioned earlier, this may support, together kind of stood out, right? We had some questions about that togetherness. This is unnecessary, right? We considered all that. So this may support some of the propositions we made earlier about some friction, possible friction around at this time. Okay, so we're kind of getting some signals here. Also, we don't have clarity after the sentence as to whether there were more included in this walking together scene. Okay, I'm hoping that makes sense. Let's jump back over to our video. We're going to listen on.
And that's
Logan.
Logan?
Mm-hmm.
Is it M-A-D-D-I-E?
Mm-hmm. Her real name is Madison, though, I believe.
So you guys all walked over to you were about 8:30.
Okay, let's look at this. Okay. Maddie walked over with us. We went through this analysis. Sergeant. Okay, and that's who? Mogan. Analysis. Is Mogan a new person? Is that Maddie's last name? I mean, from the sergeant's perspective, does he know her name? The analyst must ask this question, even though the analyst does know that this is Maddie's last name because of knowledge of case facts. I went over that. Okay, I know her name. The subject simply said Mogan with no other explanation. This is interpreting, but it's difficult to sense this as anything but a bit cold here. Maddie Mogan is her full name, or Madison Mogan is her full name and she goes by Mogan. That's not what the subject said. Just Mogan.
And I have to agree with him. Okay. I have a problem with that myself. This is a police interview. This is not, you're not talking to your friend, your neighbor, your roommate, somebody that knows the two of you. Like Mogan did this, Mogan. No, you need to straighten up. And he mentioned earlier an immaturity level that I'm starting to wonder if has a lot to do with this possibly. Because of the reverting back to childhood, kind of view she has presented. That's how I see it. Like she's kind of reverted back to childhood in some senses by the way she's acting. And it could be because she was, spoiled as she was growing up and always got her way. And automatically when something went wrong, mommy or daddy ran to her, to save her, whatever you want to call it. Just saying, but you're sitting here talking to law enforcement officers in being interviewed during because of a quadruple homicide. So you need to sit up straight, pay attention, and focus on what you're doing. This is important. This is not some joke in class, is what I'm saying. And Travis isn't saying that at all. I'm pointing this out. It bothers me a bit. Madison Mogan is who your friend is. That was your roommate. You should be having a little more. You should put a little more importance on that, in my opinion. And it doesn't seem that you are. So that's the point I'm trying to make. All right, Travis. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate everything you do as always. Don't work too hard to make future videos easy to follow. Clarifying things I didn't explain. Yo, no, you're doing great, brother. You're doing great. I have nothing to critique at all. In fact, you're teaching us, I think, a lot. And we are all grateful and look forward to the next one, as always, sir. So thank you for stopping by and don't work too hard. Hope to see you soon. So absolutely. No, this is great. So yeah, that point right there, he's referring to her as Mogan. Okay, that's very immature to me. and it is it just seems like it's being played down, and it shouldn't be. That's just my opinion. I'll just say that. So I'll let him do his thing. I'm sorry.
The subject does not give a complete social introduction. Okay. We are simply being alerted to the idea that the flow of information is hindered and there's poor relationship with Maddie or Mogan. She doesn't offer to explain or spell this name.
Thanks, Travis.
Given the sergeant asked for the spelling of the other names, it would be a sign of cooperation and contextual recognition by the subject to spell Maddie's name. This is further support for the concern that the flow of information is being somewhat hindered and psychological
Yes.
distancing between the subject and the victim. Okay. Mogan? Analysis. Is informal. Yes, again. We have no yes or yeah, but no explanation as to what or who Mogan is. Okay. So the sergeant's confused. Is it Maddie?
I fully agree with you, Catherine. Absolutely and fully agree with you. The immaturity levels are so bad these days. It's unbelievable. 20 and 21-year-old kids. I can remember I had a family and 2 kids by 21, okay? Was working 2 full-time jobs. I'm just like, this is just not, things are so different. That's all I can say. Truly and honestly, that's all I can say.
ADDIE? Her real name is Madison, though, I believe. Analysis. The sergeant, being understandably confused, asked for the spelling of Maddie. We also have another informal answer of yes. Her choosing not to say her name, which the law of economy affords this. But given the fact that the sergeant is asking the third question about who is Maddie, or her name or spelling, etc., it seems to be another indication of sensitivity regarding the victim. Maddie Mogan, her full name is Madison Mogan. This is not what she said. She also used the word real name. It does make some sense that she didn't say full name because she only gave a singular full form name of Maddie. Okay. She used is, which is good. The victim being spoken about in present tense, indicating a resistance or a slowed processing of the fact Maddie being deceased again. So just being objective here and calling spade a spade. All right. Now, I didn't write this here, but I believe, further supports, she believes that's what Maddie is. Maddie's is short for Madison. This, again, supports what we've been getting here. This is a poor relationship. Okay. How many people do you know that you know their short name, but you don't know their full name? This is not someone you're close with. Okay. So this is what we're getting from
Bingo. There it is. That's what I was looking for. 100%. So there's no closeness here. There, like, as I said before, these 2 roommates were not close to any of these victims. Well, okay. I don't want to say they weren't close at all. Okay. But I don't believe they were as close as they perceived themselves to be. I'll just put it that way. With all due respect, I don't see it. So that's just my opinion again. But great analysis thus far. Travis is doing an amazing job. So
from Bethany. All right. So
Thank
you
you,
guys
DJ.
walked over to, we believe, Sigma Chi. Okay. Not sure, but you were there about
Good point,
8:30.
Sir.
So he said about, which is good. Analysis. A great question here would have been, among many, so Ethan comes back. Then what happened? Right? That's not what he asks. Is another informal yes. It is noted here that walked over is not the same thing as walked over to Sigma Chi. Okay. So again, walked over. Okay. There's not a specific place. Okay. There's a question here as to whether they walked directly to Sigma Chi. Okay. Just being logical here. Or if there was somewhere else they went first. It appears the officer, quote unquote, connected these dots for her, which is unfortunate, as again, the subject did not specify where they walked to. This time he says about 8:30. She said something 8:30. Okay, just noting that here. All right, so now we get some more information coming up. We're gonna pop back over to our video and listen on.
Were you guys all pretty much together, or just kind of mingling throughout the house most of the night?
We were all pretty much together, and then Maddie left to go to the club with Kaylee. And then I was with Ethan and Santa most of the night, but then one of my friends came. Her name's Steve, and I hung out with her the rest of the night.
Okay, let's talk about this one. The sergeant gives her words here. Okay, were you guys all pretty much together, just kind of mingling throughout the house most of the night? This is a poor question. Okay. We were all pretty much together, and then Maddie left to go to the club with Kaylee, and then I was with Ethan and Xana most of the night, but then one of my friends came. Her name is, we're not sure here. The transcript says Yessie that I was given. The video does not say that. It is redacted. And I hung out with her the rest of the night. Okay, so this might be false. I mean, I'll be pretty frustrated if this is just blatantly false, but I'm just including it. Okay. So let's start here. What happened from there? And then what happened? This is what we're looking for. Okay. This is important so the subject can go into free editing process and her statement will not be contaminated. Okay. This would also be a legally sound practice. Okay. Indicates thinking and sensitivity to begin with. We were all pretty much together. This is parroted. Okay, so these words in blue were parroted.
Welcome, Sky Blue. Good to see you.
Parroted from the sergeant. Okay, this section is what we call contaminated. Therefore, all right, he gave her those words. That's what we call contamination. All right, contaminating the statement. She's echoing or parroting his words, and the opportunity for meaningful analysis is destroyed. Okay, I'm not going to analyze these words because they're parroted. So we move on. And then, okay, so now everything from here, though, in gray right now, we can analyze that.
No worries at all, Lizzie. Thank you. You're fine. Thank you for correcting it. That way there is no confusion. That's the only reason why. We don't want people getting excited and flipping out about this and that, but it is still interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. So thank you, dear. Welcome, Micro. Good to see you. Great to have you here.
And then is a temporal lacunae, a passage of time, okay, indicating missing information, okay? Maddie leaves at this point. The word left indicates sensitivity, okay? Maddie went to the club is simpler, right? The extra explanation denotes sensitivity. I'm thinking of the word left here, okay? Maddie left. The extra explanation denotes sensitivity along with the sensitivity indicated regarding the subject sensing the need to explain why Maddie left, which she says to go to the club. This is indicative that there is possibly missing information here and sensitivity. Was there a fight? Was there an argument? In other words, Maddie left, Maddie leaving, but I want you to understand that she left because she went to the club with Kaylee. Okay, that's what we're kind of getting here. There could have been tension here. We don't interpret, but we just consider this. All right. and we left, or I left, or Maddie left. When I first was trained on this, I was pretty confused about left. Okay. There's more instances of this later on, and I might explain this twice, so forgive me. But, this is a major sensitivity indication, okay, in statement analysis. We really want to look at that because there could be some deception there. Oftentimes there is deception. Oftentimes there is huge pieces of information there as to why the leaving was noted in the brain, okay? Usually, if there was nothing to it, they just left. It's not marked in the brain. Okay. It's not said. It's not communicated. Okay. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. And now we have a social introduction of Kaylee. Okay. In blue here. This is the first time her name has been introduced. Again, we do not have the relational connection between the subject and Kaylee and pronoun my, for example, my and my friend or my roommate, Kaylee, okay, which indicates psychological distance, poor relationship between subject and Kaylee. We also have another temporal lacunae right after Kaylee, a passage of time, which alerts us to missing information here. All right. So there's a lot of sensitivity going on here. I was with Ethan and Xana. With denotes distancing here. Okay. Believe it or not. Between I and Ethan and Xana. Okay. This is indication of distancing, actually. So the example here is like Bill Clinton. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I and Miss Lewinsky could not be further east to west on a sentence. Those names could not be further apart. With is actually a distancing word, okay? Me and Ethan and Xana were hanging out most of the night, okay? Psychologically, there is, that's closeness, okay? There's a with in between. It denotes distance, right? That could be, it was Ethan and Xana, and I was just kind of with them. I was an accessory, who knows what that is? Most is a caveat, okay? Most of the night. But not all, right? So not all of the night, right? I'm going to zoom out here just a little bit so we can keep seeing this. Hopefully that's not too small for you. Let me look at that. Yeah, it might be a little too small, but okay. So we're going to break down most of the night, but then one of my friends came. Her name is Yessie, and I hung out with her the rest of the night, okay? So then we are confirmed of this, all right? Most is a caveat, not all. So we're confirmed of this by but, which refutes or minimizes what was said before. And then one of my friends came. Her name is, we believe, is Yessie. Okay, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. That's what came on this transcript that I was provided. Could be wrong. We have a complete social introduction here, if this is the case, indicating closeness and a good relationship. Okay, we have a nice contrast between Yessie and the subject and the 4 victims. Okay, there's a contrast between subject and Yessie, subject and Ethan, between the subject and Ethan. We're going to categorize that in one bucket. Subject and Ethan, subject and Maddie, subject and Xana, subject and Kaylee. That's in one bucket. We contrast that with subject and Yessie. All right. One of my friends, her name is Yessie. Okay. That is a complete social introduction. Again, if it is in fact Yessie. Okay. If it's not, this is going to look really foolish. It might be someone else. All right. She doesn't give a last name, but she does give the 3 we're looking for regarding a complete social introduction. All right. My friend name. Now, came is the only word connecting Yessie to the scene. All right. This is kind of interesting here. I'm going to mark where I'm at. Then one of my friends came. Her name is Yessie. Okay. Does this mean the friend came in to where the subject was? Does this mean she walked inside? That the friend walked inside? Does this mean the friend drove over, texted the subject, waited in the car, and the subject came out to her? Does this mean the subject and her friend hung out at the party from there? There appears to be some missing information here. We're not given the details of exactly how the subject's friend entered into the scene. Came is the only word. We simply know her friend came. This is an indication of sensitivity and missing information. Okay. And I hung out with her the rest of the night. Okay. We believe her. It's a simple sentence. And I hung out with her the rest of the night. Okay. However, the rest of the night indicates that she was no longer with Zen and Ethan the rest of the night. She was with Yessie. Number one. Number two, we will expect that holds true from here.
So this is helpful in another sense as well for those of you that didn't catch yesterday when we reviewed Kennedy Fitzgerald. We reviewed her interview. So I'm gonna guess, okay, that when Kennedy said that she left and walked them, she said there was a group of 6 total. Bethany, Dylan. I'm throwing Yesty in there at this point, okay? And as well as Lakeland. So we have 2 out of 6. Or I'm sorry, 2 more on top of the 3 or 4 that we were not 100% sure of. So we have Dylan, Bethany, Yesty, Lakeland. That's 4 out of 6. We need 2 more to figure out who else was with them that night. And I have questions about this whole thing because it goes completely away from the narrative that was told in the interviews. So it's interesting. Very interesting. Very, very interesting in my opinion. So just keep paying attention. I just wanted to throw that in here to let you guys know that that's kind of what I've gathered in some aspects, knowing what we know now. So, right. That's 100% it. That's 100% it. Who do you trust, Claire? Do you trust Dylan and Bethany or do you trust Kennedy? That's where our line has to be drawn and we have to figure out what's true and what's not. That's the problem in this entire case and has been for a long time. So, big issue. Big issue.
The rest of the night speaks of finality. Okay. It's similar to the end. It speaks to finality. And, then I hung out with Yessie and I hung out with her the rest of the night. The end. The whole experience with Yessie is sensitive to the subject, therefore. And clearly the rest of the night indicates missing information. She seemingly does not desire to share what exactly they did, where they went, etc.
And there it is, you guys. Travis is helping in more ways than one because now he just put a big bow on top of the package we received yesterday from Kennedy. We never heard a damn word about Bethany hanging out with Kennedy until that interview shows up, or Yessie, okay? We heard that Dylan went home at a such and such a time with Lakeland. Bethany showed up a half hour later, roughly, and that's the night carries on. That's not what she's saying in this interview. So Travis hit the nail on the head with that one, and it kind of wraps up the rest of what we've been thinking about since yesterday after hearing that interview. So he's helping in more ways than one, guys, because he's pointing out something that, we don't, maybe not necessarily see right, in front of us spot on like that. This now kind of leans that way a little bit. So it's very helpful. Very helpful.
Which speaks to the sensitivity that I'm talking about. Okay. Once Yessie came, what happened? Given the basic context of knowing the names of the 4 victims that were murdered, this would seem to be important information. Yet, we are confronted with a sort of psychological barricade the rest of the night. I'm hoping that makes sense. Okay.
So what he's saying is that she gets to that point, as he just pointed out, and that's it. End of night. And like he called it, like a psychological barricade. She's putting a wall up right there. She doesn't want to go any further than that wall. Okay. That's kind of important, you guys. She doesn't want to discuss anything after that period of time. Think about that for a minute. That makes perfect sense to me. Exactly why. She doesn't want to discuss anything else because I'm telling you, it's because she knows what she knows. That's my opinion. We've listened to these interviews and we know something's off, but we don't know what. And Travis is helping. Yeah, absolutely, Claire. He's kind of opening doors for us to be able to see different things, knowing what, the basis of the analysis means. Very good point. Seriously, it feels like we're stuck in a fictional thriller. Every chapter yeah, aim into that one, love. Aim into that one. But very good. This is very good points. I think Yesty was short for, I think it was Yathina or something like that. I think. Don't quote me on that, but I believe so.
We're going to go back. We're going to listen on.
And who was that?
Her name's yes.
Can you spell it for me? Okay. And his last name?
I don't know how to pronounce it, and her full name is bigger than that.
Okay, that's fine. Do you have a phone number for her?
Yeah.
It's on your phone. Okay, we can get that in here. Okay, so you were.
The other thing that you need to work out in your own mind is listening to Bethany with the hood pulled up and the childish tone she's carrying during this interview. Do you believe it, or do you think it's an act? I'm not a mean person. I feel for people that have been through trauma. I've been through trauma. I've seen trauma. I've handled people that have been through trauma on scenes that I've been on. I get it, folks. She could very likely be fully traumatized. The issue is with everything we know about this, that's where we have to make a decision. Is she fully traumatized, or is this an act that she's putting on for the detective to snow them? Maybe everybody doesn't think that way. Maybe they do. I'm just saying it is definitely something you have to keep in mind. That's all I'm saying. Pretty much Kale's welcome. Says, why do I remember the girls being walked halfway home? Though from a long time ago, if it was just released, I swear I heard that before. It could have been, Kales. It could have been. You're not wrong. So just keep these things in mind, you guys, is all I'm saying to you, please.
With. And at that point, Ethan and Anna were just kind of hanging out still at the house? Okay.
And then I went.
All right, we're going to stop there. Back that up just a little bit. Okay. Let's get back to our transcript. And we are here. Let's take a look. How's that looking? Looking pretty good. Okay. Okay, and who was that? Now, just bear in mind, there's two new names here. Two new names, okay? And who was that? Her name is, we're thinking Yessie, okay? Analysis. The sergeant doesn't specify which of the two names mentioned with this question, right? We don't know. Is he asking about both or one? This portion is redacted, okay? So I'm a little, I'm careful here, all right? The transcript I was given included only the name Yessie. It appears there's only time allowed for one name here. This is just my speculation, okay? This is very poor analysis, but for the sake of argument, if the subject said only Yessie and doesn't offer to reshare the name of Kaylee, this is a concerning sign of further psychological distancing between the subject and Kaylee, the victim. The subject is apparently more concerned with the officer knowing Yessie's name and not Kaylee's. These were two new names. The lack of resharing Kaylee's name further supports the psychological distancing noted earlier regarding the lack of complete social introduction for Kaylee. Again, we're seeing a contrast between Yessie and Kaylee. Okay, based on the statement so far, Yessie, I'm going to mark her in red. She needs to be in red, okay? We're not 100% sure about this. Whoops. Sorry, I'm editing as I go here, guys. It's kind of low quality, but hey, whatever. I'm just a guy out here. Based on the statement so far, Yessie is closer to the subject than all four victims, okay? Then we have some redacted. Yes, can you spell that for me? Redacted. Okay, redacted. Last name. I don't know how to pronounce it, and her full name is bigger than that. Analysis. Based on the transcript I was given, it appears that this is all in reference to Yessie. On balance, there are two possibilities here. One, the closeness of the subject and Yessie is diminished by the lack of knowing how to pronounce her full name. Okay? If you're really close to someone, you'd think you'd know how to pronounce the full name. Number two, this is indicating sensitivity and psychological distancing in the negative or concealment of the friend's name. Okay. So one of the two things are going on here. Okay, that's fine. Do you have a phone number for her? Yeah. Indicates some sensitivity. A pause. And she says, yeah, here, rather than, It's in your phone. Okay, we can get that in a minute. Okay, so you were with, we think, he says, Yessie here. We have another informal, This would be a great time to ask, and then what happened? Okay, but he doesn't. Okay. The sergeant asks something else. And at that point, Ethan and Xana were just kind of hanging out still at the house. So this is an interesting piece here. So the analysis, we don't get the question we were hoping for, right? The sergeant felt the need to ask about Ethan and Xana. So subconsciously or consciously, it appears the detective was tracking harder regarding the whereabouts of Ethan and Xana, but not focusing on the person and testimony of the person speaking in front of him. Okay, and where she was at in the statement. All right. The subject said that she was with Yessie the rest of the night. Asking about Ethan and Xana, what they were doing at this point is to ask her for information that she would have no apparent personal experience of. She would have secondhand information at best, unless there's something that is hidden from us here. If we are to interpret what's being said, the subject is no longer with Xana and Ethan within the statement. The subject is with Yessie. Then we have the end of this question, the house, which is unspecific. What house? Whose house? Poor questioning here, okay? I'm a little confused. The subject answers, Analysis. The subject is simply says, which is another informal yes. This is alarming here, and this needs to be carefully treated. The question was poorly worded and contaminating hanging out, okay? All right, that's contamination. It's giving her words. If we were to, quote, connect the dots, the subject's now with Yessie and is not present to observe the actions or location of Ethan and Xana. Here could very well be a lie, as she may not have personal knowledge of their situation at this point in time. Okay, so stick with me. The sergeant said up above, okay, so you're with Yessie. Subject said, And at that point, Ethan and Xana were just kind of hanging out still at the house. What does that at point mean exactly? Does that point mean the moment Yessie arrived? Again, we don't know about this arrival. All we know is she came, right? As we noted earlier. Unfortunately, the lack of clarity here makes it hard to draw very many conclusions about this. We would expect a clear delineation between what the subject does know and what she doesn't know. What she can say based on her observation and ensuring that there's no confusion between what she observed and what may have been happening. We're on high alert here for the possibility of obfuscating here by the subject, okay? All right, let's go back.
Still at the house? Okay.
And then I went to our other friend's house.
Okay. What time was that at?
I don't know, maybe like 12-ish. But that could be wrong.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Kind of a lot here too. All right. So at that point, Ethan and Xana were just kind of hanging out. Hold on, can you see this? Okay. We talked about that. We're on high alert here. Okay. Might be some obfuscation. Sergeant says, okay. Subject says, and then I went, there's a little skip here, with Yessie to our other friend's house. All right, analysis. No question was asked. The subject begins to tell us now unprompted. We're listening very closely. Note that we do not know how far ahead she may be thinking now. Okay, echoing what we talked about earlier. We're a little confused here. And then is another temporal lacunae indicating missing information. Okay, passage of time. Now, earlier, the subject had said she was with Ethan and Xana most of the night. She also said that she was with Yessie the rest of the night. So with each passage of time, each and then, temporal lacunae, we are wondering exactly how much time with Ethan and Xana she had compared to time with Yessie. Okay. She said most. All right. Most means most, right? 50%, more than 50%, right? This is something investigators will want to investigate. If it turns out
This again points back to something that I've wondered, and I've been saying to you guys, however you look at it or don't look at it. Remember, I've said I believe it possible there was a party there at the 1122 house that night. Either a party, a smaller get together, a larger get together. It's possible, and I do believe there was other people there that night. Okay, that showed up at the house to hang out, to do what they always do at that house, and something may have gone down. Um, and then people left supposedly at certain times. I'm curious now to know. I really am curious to now know if Lakeland really went home when she said she did. Okay, truly and honestly, like there's more. This made more problems and more questions. I want to know exactly who was in that fucking house that night now. Okay, everybody, friends of whoever too, all of them, because I feel like there was a good group of people in that house that night at some point, and something very likely may have happened with some of these people. That's all I'm going to say. Just again, keep this in the back of your minds as we go forward.
was actually with Ethan and Xana for only a few minutes, for example, and she's with Yessie a long time, then we would see deception.
Exactly.
Okay. So I went with Yessie. There was a hitch here indicating sensitivity. It almost seems like she forgot to mention Yessie came with her. So
That's
what do I
very
mean?
possible, Michelle.
It
That's
could
something
be
I said too.
interpreted. She went to say, I went to with Yessie, right? If there's just one more, if there's an O there, I went to with Yessie. We don't interpret. We just consider the possibility. Additionally, so it's like she forgot about Yessie, right? That's what I'm saying. It could be a possibility. All right. Additionally, with indicates some distance with Yessie. Okay. I talked about that. Is Yessie an accessory? There's an impression that Yessie brought her to the location. She was kind of a tag along, or that the subject brought Yessie to the location. Yessie was the tag along, you know? She was an accessory. One was an accessory for the other, right? Something like that. Just considering, okay? Not interpreting. But the with makes us wonder, okay? We went to is simple and economical. The brain likes to use the simplest path it can, unless there are sensitivities. This is the law of economy, okay? So we went, and then we went to our other friend's house. That's not what she said. And then she separated. Okay, this is what I'm trying to say here. There was a separation between, there was we, and now there's a separation. I went with Yessie, okay? Now, she could be explaining who she went with, right? That might be the sensitivity, to be extra clear. So we should be charitable and objective and consider all situations here. So we have another friend who's unidentified, okay? Our other friend's house, okay? So this is something we're really going to key in on here, okay? So we have another friend who's unidentified, an incomplete social introduction with the name being concealed. Again, we're alerted to the hindrance of the flow of information and distancing with the new other friend, okay? This could be for a number of reasons. Number one, wanting to conceal the other friend's identity. Number two, wanting to conceal the location. Number three, she didn't want to go there at the time. Number four, there was a bad experience there, okay? So there could be a few different reasons, right? So just to name a few possibilities, we're unsure exactly why. However, we note the psychological distancing. So we note it, that's for sure. Why? We're not sure. We have our other friend's house, which indicates that this may be a second friend's house, okay, which we're not told about, all right? Other friend's house could be the other friend in the sense that other than Yessie, right? Yessie's the first friend, and we go to the other friend. Or it could be they were at the first friend's house, which is concealed by the and then, the temporal lacunae, and they went to our other friend's house, a second location after sigma chi. Okay, so hopefully that's making sense. Okay, and then to finish off this section, okay, what time was that? I don't know, maybe like 12-ish, but that could be wrong. Okay, this is an interesting answer. All right. Analysis. The sergeant asks for the time here. The confusion about time is understandable as there have been jumps in time since he asked for a timestamp. The subject doesn't know the time. So I love this because the sergeant, we kind of intuitively know some of these things in statement analysis, but the jumps and then we might not be able to articulate it, but subconsciously, I feel like we get this we get a lot of this stuff. It's just hard to articulate it. Anyway, I'm a nerd. I love statement analysis. The subject doesn't know the time. I don't know, right? She continues and caveats a number of times that it's 12-ish. Okay. I don't know, maybe like, but indicates sensitivity to the question. Okay. A repeated word, but along with the caveats. That could be wrong, maybe leakage here. Okay, I want to talk about that. That may be something else entirely, not related to time, but the relevant location and what happened here. Okay, the word that. All right. She might be leaking. Because on the face of it, that could be wrong is the time. But that could be wrong, could be leakage of something else. The I don't know, the maybe like, the ish, the but is underscoring the sensitivity here, big time. And afterwards, after all those sensitivity indications, okay, the word wrong being brought out, maybe leakage that, quote, something wrong happened here, okay? Something immoral. We're not sure if this is the case, but it's a consideration. Excuse me. Could be wrong, could simply be an indication that the time and place here is sensitive to the subject. Okay. If it is incorrect, that seems very important to the subject. In other words, it could be that telling the truth about the time may be exactly what she doesn't want to do. Okay. She's floating out. It could be wrong. It could be that she's leaking that it is wrong, immoral of her to say that time. Okay. That could be wrong. It could be wrong of me saying it's 12-ish. Or she is sensitive to giving out inaccurate information. So we're going to be balanced here. Okay. We're going to be objective. Not everything is nefarious, but we must consider the nefarious as well as the non-nefarious. Now, she is sensitive to giving out inaccurate information. The latter, this idea here, is difficult to defend given the rest of the night language, kind of a psychological barricade she gave, the lack of social introduction to this place, to this person, the other friend, the lack of sharing regarding whose house this was, etc. So it's hard to argue that, oh, she's just sensitive about giving inaccurate information about time. Well, how could that, why? Is that supported in the greater context here? I don't think so, but it is possible, okay? Preferably the sergeant then would ask, what happened once you got there, right? We're waiting for that because we are getting a lot of sensitivity about this location, about this other friend's house, a lot of sensitivity, okay? All right, we're gonna move on and go back to our recording.
And where's that house?
It's just like up the street. I don't know that address.
Okay, up the street from.
Sigma Chi,
Okay.
kind of.
So you guys are at Sigma Chi, so you're walking back towards,
We walked back towards my house and then went up this way.
so like when you got to Taylor Street, you went up? So if you walked all the way from Sigma News,
Or
Sigma Tech,
yeah. You know the apartments, the whites?
yep, I know the lights.
It's like that street, that way.
So on Taylor?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you know roughly where on Taylor? Or does she live maybe on the other off streets?
It's on Taylor, but it's like one of the end houses by the intersection. I don't know how to explain it.
All right.
All right, we're going to start there, and let's get back to our transcript. All right. He says, no, it's fine. Okay. Where's that house at? It's just like up the street. I don't know that address. Analysis. Denotes thinking, pausing, indicating sensitivity to the question. Wait, let me make sure you can see it. Yep, you can. We have a just, which denotes minimizing, refuting, and or two or more things being in mind here. It's just like up the street. What would be minimizing? Where's the house? What would be refuting? Where the house is. Just has some persuasion here. He is simply asking where it is after all. Okay? It's just like up the street. Could be. Look, it's just like up the street, okay? I don't know that address, you know? We're not going to interpret it. But we're kind of getting an indication here. She explains where it is like, which is up the street. This is not clear. Just like up the street. This further corroborates that this is sensitive to the subject. Up the street from where? There's no clarity. She also says that she doesn't know that address, okay? That denotes distancing language rather than this address, their address, or the address, okay? This also supports the notion that this is sensitive to the subject, okay? So there's this, there's that. This is close physically. Hey, would you hand me that? No, not this close to me, that far away. For every this, there's a that. For every that, there's a this, as Peter would say. That also denotes distancing language. We're getting so many indicators.
I see you guys are pointing out what I was talking about earlier, and I fully agree with you guys that I think, this is just me, I could be wrong, and again, I'm not a mean person. I'm not playing against the trauma that could be there, but when she did her interview on Nunez's body cam, all she seemed to care about was being able to go home, okay? And now, the little girl in the hood all bundled up with the tiny little voice, I'm not buying it. I'm sorry, but I'm not buying it. I feel like it was played out hardcore for that situation alone. Don't look at me. I did nothing wrong. I'm a victim. I want my mommy type thing, okay? It's crazy. Okay, and yes, the women in here definitely can see it, in my opinion. As mothers and as women, absolute. 100, and that's why I'm grateful that you guys are here. Because some men wouldn't see this. This would play men down, okay? You know, dog them out. They would feel bad. Truly and honestly. That's how I see this. And that, I guarantee you, if she was talking to a female detective, it would have been a completely different conversation with a completely different tone. This is, again, my opinion, but I'm feel pretty strong about it, guys, is all I'm saying. Or, yeah, men who have children, but also men who have children know this because of our daughters, right? Absolutely. Stop copying me. You stop copying me, punk.
Patients here. Okay, it's very interesting. Okay, up the street from, which is exactly what I talked about. Sigma Chi, he says K, kind of. Analysis, case in point, he asks up the street from where? Sigma Chi kind of, which makes it even more obfuscating. This makes the analyst wonder, what is this place? Whose place is it? And what happened there? This is a major question, and the hope is that the investigator will ask, what happened there? So you guys were at Sigma Chi, so you're walking backwards. We walked backwards towards my house and then went up this way. The sergeant apparently is not giving up on this and wants to know where this place is. I applaud his attempt. We understand so far is the subject in Yessie. If we're tracking properly, that what the subject is apparently intending to communicate. We are open to the idea that we could be wrong about this, as we do not interpret, okay? But that's kind of the yellow brick road that we're being confronted with so far. They were not in a car, they walked. However, the sergeant said that he contaminated this, okay? So you're walking back towards, okay? Did Yessie drive them? We would have liked the subject to explain this in her own words with no contamination, right? The subject explains that they walked back towards my house, which is rather clear. Back indicates from Sigma Chi, okay? So that's good. Gives us a little bit more clarity. They went towards her house, then a passage.
Absolutely, Sky. Absolutely. Listen to the Gooch interview with Dylan and listen to this. I think I've come up with a new song now for Bethany, folks. So look forward to that because that'll be coming soon. I've been sitting here thinking about it the whole time, listening to her tone.
Of time with and then, okay? And then we have a potentially drop pronoun we after and then, all right? It's a possibility here. Not certain that this is the case, right? So we walked back towards my house and then passage of time went up this way. This could be a tricky drop pronoun here. This could be deceptive. And then could indicate we is no longer we here. And we is concealed. Or I'm sorry, I is concealed. Or an addition of a different party. All right. So we're going to consider that here. Now, she could be drawing on we. We walked back towards my house and then drawing on the we went up this way. But we must consider, especially with the and then. Okay. So I'm just pointing this out. And this way, when she said it, she was making physical gestures to explain to the officer. Okay. So then more discussion. So like when you got to the Taylor Street, you went up. So if you walk all the way from Sigma News or Sigma Chi. Okay, so Sigma Chi is said here. All right, so this makes me feel better about our analysis earlier. All the Sigma Chi's in red earlier. Just saying that. Yeah, you know, the apartments, the whites. Yep, I know the whites. It's like that straight that way. So on Taylor, yeah. Okay, all right. Do you know how roughly we're on Taylor, or does she live maybe one of the other off streets? It's on Taylor, but like one of the end houses by the interstate. I don't know how to explain it. Okay. Analysis. The sergeant was strong in this. I applaud that. She does clarify some things here. She mentions the whites, which is interesting. That's more information than what she gave us about the actual location we were trying to find out about. You know, we have some sort of name here connected to the location that she's using to explain proximity to the actual location, which is an interesting contrast. She also said that it is on Taylor, which that information was not shared earlier. Again, why didn't she simply say this earlier on her own? Okay, it's on Taylor Street. It's one of the houses on the end by the interstate. It's past the whites, that kind of thing. She didn't say that. The investigator is pinning her down on this. This again further supports the sensitivity indications we got earlier about this location. Okay, statement analysis does it, man. It finds it out earlier, even before he found it out. We were seeing this. The subject is psychologically distancing herself from this location, period. This is an important location and potentially important people, okay? So far, this is central. Okay, other than the psychological distancing with the victims, I would say this right here so far. These are like 1 and 2. Like, here caveats this, okay? Like one of the end houses. One of the end houses, even more information. However, one of is unspecific, okay? So we're going to balance this out here. We also have some unspecificity. I don't know if that's a word, but I'm going to go with it. End houses give some more clarity. End houses, though, end house? It's an interesting way of explaining this. I am unsure as to how many end houses there are. Is this a cul-de-sac? I don't know how to explain it. Is further indication that this is sensitive to her. Okay. I am interpreting here. I'm just throwing out the option. I mean, she said, I don't know regarding the location time 3 times. Okay. Kind of getting a sense of exasperation here. Why? She said it 3 times, and yet she had more information to share. This is deceptive and uncooperative. This is not a good sign. Investigators should look closely at this location and the subject's activity surrounding this location and time. Okay. I'm going to scoot this down. All right, let's listen on. It's getting interesting.
Okay. And whose house is it that you went to?
It's, and I don't know if they're ever roommate.
And okay. All right, so you're here at this house. How long were you here?
Maybe like 40 minutes.
Okay.
And then I left by myself and went back to my house.
All right. So we're going to finish up here. All right. Okay. And whose house is it that you went to? It's my transcript said Kennedy Fitzgerald and Allie Benson. I do not know if that's true. Okay. It's in red for a reason. This was redacted. We heard it on the video. If this is wrong, I am sorry. I debated whether I should even include this.
No, he's right. Those were 2 places that they did go to. Kennedy gave her interview. They were 2 parties that were going on that they did go to that night. So, absolutely.
I kind of did because the redactions, it wasn't fully redacted where you could hear the first consonant and it did sound like a Kennedy. So I like that. But I'm just saying, please don't hold me to that. I'm not going to analyze a whole lot about that or anything. I'm just throwing it out there. And I don't know their other roommate. Analysis. Now the sergeant focuses on the who, which is good. It's a good that he's pinning her down here. We have another which indicates thinking, pausing, which indicates sensitivity. Okay. We have the name, maybe. The video is redacted here. The transcript I was given had these specific names. I cannot verify this. If the transcript is true, and that's a big if, we're given an incomplete introduction earlier. Our other friends is how we were introduced before, and now she completes it with names, if that's true. Again, the sergeant's determination unearthed this, okay? But I cannot verify the accuracy of those names, but just thought I would mention them for those investigating the case. All right. I don't know their other roommate. This is slightly peculiar in that she doesn't specify whether she knows their name or not, but specifies that she doesn't know them. She doesn't specify anything else about them, but clearly she knows there is another roommate. The question we should ask is the only thing she knows about this person is that they're.
Let me clarify something. I think I just messed up. So when I said what I said, where he was talking about, I think Allie and Kennedy, they may live together. I was thinking of the other party at Kayla Wynn's, which is in the Whites. Allie Benson's house is, I think it's 427, which is down Taylor Avenue further. So therefore, I think I'm almost positive that Kennedy and Allie live together. It's either Kennedy and Allie that live together as roommates, or Kennedy and Kayla that live together. So if we look at I know this is a pain in the boo-high. 1 second. There was a little map we had yesterday. 1 minute. I'll show you real quick what I meant. Right there. SRB threw this at us yesterday when we were watching this, and I don't mean to cut this off. I just want to show you guys what I'm talking about. 1 minute. Oh, shite. Hang on. Okay. So, this is Taylor Avenue. Oh, too big. Hold on. This the Taylor Avenue. Straight on down. This is the white apartments right here. Okay, so where Kennedy was talking about living is down here further, like up around near kind of where Showalter's apartment was. Okay. So it's not Kayla Wynn is the one that lived in the whites. And I can't remember to save my life if Kennedy lived with her or if she lived with Allie Benson. Benson's house is down here. I'm positive now. 427 Taylor. There were both parties going on that night. It was in the book too. Yeah, 427 is past the whites down here around this like bend area. Showalter's apartment would be like over here. So that's so that nobody gets confused. I'm pretty positive that's how that works. Okay. My biggest problem is I don't know for a fact if Kennedy lived with Benson or with Wynn. But there were both those parties going on that night. There was a party at Allie Benson's and a party at Kayla Wynn's. What we need to figure out truly is where we need to find exactly who lived with who, I guess, to make it a little bit more understandable. Lana stay right in front of Jack Showalter, so that would be the treehouse then. Okay. There you go. There you go. Wait a minute. Did I have this backwards? Yeah, Taylor 427 Taylor's here. My apologies. I was going the wrong direction. Wrong direction. Anyway. And I didn't want to cut Travis off. I just wanted you to understand. Thank you, Ro. Yeah, I saw that and then I went backwards. It's over here. Right there. My apologies. Anyway, I have the map spun around. So anyway. Moving back to where we were. My apologies. I wanted people to understand what the problem was and the thought process with that. It's fine, Kim.
They are another roommate, and that is it. She doesn't know them or doesn't know anything about them. Those are two different things. It might be one and the same, but two separate questions. You may not know someone, but you may know things about them. You may not know someone, and you may not know anything about them, right? She says she doesn't know their other.
See, that's what I'm saying. I thought the treehouse was at the other end of the road, closer to the 1122 house. See? Right. That's my point. That's where I got confused. Okay, thank you.
Roommate. Does she know his or her name? Does she know their sex, male or female, their age, anything else? She doesn't offer it if she does. This other roommate may indicate the heart of the sensitivity that we've been observing from this location and time. Okay. We have another I don't know, right? And possibly Allie and Kennedy. I don't know what she says here. Okay. All right. So you and we think, Yessie, you're at the house. How long were you here? Would have been great if you would have asked what happened. Instead, it's how long you were here. Now, maybe like 40 minutes. He says, K. And then I left by myself and went back to my house. All right. Analysis. Indicates thinking, a pause, which indicates sensitivity to the question. We have a caveated maybe like 40 minutes. Okay. The question was, how long was she there? How long were you there? She continues on, maybe like 40 minutes. Okay. She continues on and leaves, quote unquote, the location and continues sharing what happened afterwards, after she left. Underscoring sensitivity here, folks. And then denotes a passage of time, missing information before she left. She said maybe like 40 minutes. And then So there's more.
Hello, Mama Bear. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome. Thank you for joining me.
You're welcome. As long as my internet will hold, we're good. We'll
Okay.
see.
Okay. Good to have you here.
Something more. He didn't ask what happened once. Oh. He didn't ask what happened once you got there. Again, she skipped this and didn't divulge anything that happened. This is again another indication of sensitivity regarding this location and time. I left denotes two things. She was now by herself. Okay, number one. Number two, I left denotes she was thinking about that place while she's explaining moving on, denoting sensitivity regarding this location. Okay, I went back home is economic. I left is unnecessary. That's why we pay attention to it. So I said I was going to talk a little bit more about this. To go from place A to place B, you must leave place A. It's impossible not to. Leaving place A is unnecessary. So mentioning that she's leaving is an indication that the leaving was sensitive for some reason. This indicates missing information. By myself is unnecessary. She adds that on there. I left explains that all by itself. Okay. Or I went back to my house. That tells you she was by herself. There's some reinforcement here, though. Okay. And then I left by myself. There's reinforcement. Okay. Truth doesn't need reinforcement. Okay. There's some potential persuasion here. It brings up the question, did she leave by herself? Or is she trying to convince that she left by herself? The other possibility is that leaving by herself was sensitive to her. Okay, so we got to weigh what all could this mean? Was there a fight? Was there an issue? Was a friend supposed to come with her and went, that's why the leaving was sensitive to her? I left by myself. I'm upset, right? There's a few different things here, but we are getting sensitivity indications. We must think through this. And went back to my house. There could be a drop pronoun here. Okay. So this kind of supports our questioning. Okay. And went back to my house. All right. She said, I left by myself and went. Okay. She began with I and reinforced it and possibly dropped I or a we here. Okay. I left by myself and went back to my house. I left by myself and I went back to my house. Okay. So I left by myself and we went back to my house. There could be a drop pronoun here. Okay. Could be deception. I don't know. But I'm just, this may be an indication that she didn't leave by herself. This is something that investigators would hopefully look close at. Okay. There's some sensitivity here. We must consider, why is there some sensitivity? Why is there some reinforcement? Why is there some persuasion? All right. So that is the first part one of Bethany's interview. So the next part is going to be focused on when she gets back home. So this should be, part two should be awesome. So look out for it. Should come out here. I don't even want to say. Might be a while, but I'll try. I'm trying my best. I hope this helps clarify some things. I hope I made sense. I hope I didn't go too fast, go too slow. I hope you could see everything well. Yeah, let me know. I'd be curious if you would drop some comments on, is all the colors too much? Is there something else?
Yeah, you guys, please make sure. Hi, Sally. You guys hop over to Travis's. Leave a comment over there. Let him know how much we appreciate him. Hit the like button and share it out if you will, please and thank you. Truly and honestly. And again, thank you, Travis, for everything you're doing and have done. It was very interesting. I have a lot of notes on that make perfect sense. So, and it kind of played out to some other things we have been hearing recently with it too. Very interestingly enough. So, just saying. So there we are with that. Thank you again. Travesty Logic is the channel name. The link is in the chat. It will be in the chat, I'm sure, right there. I knew it was coming. She's really, I can almost tell you what she's going to do before she does it these days. But yeah, very, very good point there. Very good point. So, and in part 2, I believe there's a lot more talking. So, just saying. Looking forward to that one when we do that as well. Moving forward, the next part of the conversation is going to be about Nicholas Mowich. First of all, welcome, Mama Bear is here joining me. We don't get to do this often. We don't get to see her. She's always so busy, but it is great to have you here, dear. As always, thank you for joining us.
Well, good to be here. You're welcome.
You got a day off today, I take it?
Yep.
Very good. Very awesome. Okay. Give me 1 minute. So I'm going to run something before, then we're going to delve into this. Okay. I'm going to run a video that we're going to review about this person, and then I'm going to pull up a report on this. This might take us just a little bit over what I want to go, but I think it's important that we do this. So this video is not that long at all. And then we're going to read the report and talk about this real quick. Excuse me. That way you guys have an idea as to who I'm talking about and why.
November 15th, 2022, Lewiston, Idaho. 39-year-old Nicholas Mowich is found wandering the streets of Lewiston. He's in rough shape, partly clothed and suffering severe cuts and abrasions to his arms and torso. He was taken to the local hospital and later life-flighted to Spokane, where he passed away from his injuries 4 days later on November 19th, 2022. Who was this man, and how did he end up in such a state that would later prove fatal? And more importantly, why did investigators who were on a nationwide manhunt for a dangerous knife-wielding suspect in the wake of the historical quadruple homicide just 30 miles north of where Mowich was found seem to do everything in their power to avoid investigating this potential lead? Nicholas Mowich was born and raised in Hoquiam, Washington, and was a resident of Lewiston since 2011. According to his obituary, he was a proud member of the Quinault Indian tribe, as well as an active member of the Nez Perce tribe. He had a fiancée and 5 kids, and seemed to be very close with his family per his Facebook account. But he also has a criminal history in both Idaho and Washington, including various misdemeanor assaults, battery, domestic violence, and a felony attempted strangulation in 2014, for which he was sentenced to 3 years in Idaho State Prison. Despite his past, Mowich appeared to have been getting his act together in the last couple years of his life. According to his mother, he had been sober for the last 4 years, up until the last 2 weeks of his life. His mother reported that on November 8th, 2022, he left the house and never returned. It appears his family hadn't heard from him until November 15th, when he was found with fatal cuts to his upper extremities and torso. A vehicle registered in his name was found abandoned in a field, and there were no reports or signs of a collision. Mowich was found wandering the streets in Lewiston, presumably in fear of seeking medical attention for his injuries due to the highly publicized search for the Moscow Slayer. Surely he couldn't show up to any medical facility in such a condition without raising reasonable suspicion amongst medical staff. And that's exactly what happened. On November 21st, 2022, an autopsy was conducted on Nicholas Mowich, just 5 days after the 4 young victims were autopsied in the same office by the same physician, Spokane County's chief medical examiner, Dr. Veena D. Singh. Surely the esteemed forensic pathologist would have recognized the significance of the decedent's injuries as it pertained to the violent stabbing deaths of the 4 mutilated college students she examined just a few days earlier. On this same day, in fact, an anonymous medical staff member called the FBI and reported the incident in conjunction with the murder investigation. The caller told the agent that this person was supposedly involved in an auto accident, but that the injuries were not consistent with injuries sustained in an automobile collision. ISP Detective Gary Tollison spoke with the Spokane deputy medical investigator and requested copies of Nicholas Mowich's autopsy photographs, which were sent via email and copied to a CD that was placed into evidence with Moscow Police Department. The medical examiner's office also had buccal swabs taken from Mowich's body. These samples were picked up by ISP Detective Lemon, driven to Moscow Police Department, and also placed into evidence. Shockingly, it appears that no further investigative inquiry was pursued in regards to this individual or his suspicious injuries, which medical staff believed to be inconsistent with a vehicle collision to the point where they were compelled to contact the FBI. ISP detectives appeared to have done their due diligence in acquiring photographs and tissue samples, conveniently delivering them to Moscow Police Department's doorstep. But in the over 500 pages of police reports released by MPD, there's only one obscured mention of this incident. An evidence log documenting the autopsy photographs were in their possession. This wasn't investigative oversight. This was a conscious effort by Moscow officials to ignore this individual as a suspect. An individual with a violent criminal history whose own mother believed he had relapsed the week before the murders, his whereabouts unaccounted for during the commission of the crime. It's important to note that Lewiston, along with Clarkston, Pullman, and Moscow, make up the Quad Cities Drug Task Force, which was designated to address the high intensity of drug trafficking activity in the region. As we know, investigators, politicians, and university officials wanted to keep the topic of drugs off the table. And it's reasonable to deduce that an investigation into Mowich's whereabouts that evening would lead to other individuals, likely including confidential informants and major players in Idaho's violent street gang, the Aryan Knights, as well as their partners in Western Washington, the Aryan Family/Omerta drug trafficking organization, who were ultimately running things in Moscow at the time, and, in my opinion, had debts to settle with some of the victims' family members who had just cut generous plea deals with the state, resulting in the bust of the Fetty Bros and an increasingly hot investigation into the Aryan Family Omerta gang at the time of the murders. This was about revenge and intimidation. Dead bodies don't speak, but autopsy photographs, DNA samples, documented violent criminal history, physical evidence that doesn't line up, and mandated reporters do. Unfortunately for the complicit and crooked cops who wanted to conceal this critical lead, we see through your redactions. And even though you try to hide and distort the pieces of this puzzle, a very clear picture is coming into focus, and it's not on the guy you wanted it to be.
Interesting video, isn't it, guys? So that is who we're discussing today and why. Thank you to TruCrime Design for putting that out. Give me 1 minute here. Can you hear me okay, Bear?
Yep. Can you hear me better? Or is it
Yeah.
still too quiet?
There's a little bit of stuff going on in the background, but yes, I hear you. I hear you good.
It's probably the AC.
There's a couple of things that have been put out that go along with this, along with him, Mowich's name. So you take it for what you will. It's up to you. Somebody had stated, listen to his voice. It's deep and raspy. My gut tells me this is Nick Mowich. And it's coming from the 1112 video at 3:48 and 36 minutes. It states you hear a girl crying and a guy says, Dylan, stop. And then at 3:48:46, you can hear him say, Dylan, stop the crying again. Somebody believes this is Nick. Okay, this is all hearsay, folks. This is all, whatever you think it is. I'm not telling you it's anything. I'm just trying to show you different things that have been brought up about Nick Mowich. We're going to get into a conversation about him, too, and some other things. So I'll let you listen to this, and then we'll move forward with the other stuff. And like I said, we don't know what or who this is. There's nothing to clarify it or verify at all. This is just somebody else's opinion. I hate when they come up off TikToks like this because they're hard to, you can't run the CCs very easily. It's hard. So anyway, best we can do with it.
Well, SRB, turn your hearing aid up.
Take your time, don't live too fast. Troubles come and they will pass. You'll find the one, no matter. You'll find the love. Oh, that's all. Hello? Love you.
You gonna say hi?
Yeah. I can do it. Come here.
Hi.
I miss you.
Do what? That's the end of it.
I'm gonna say I didn't say anything.
What's the matter, SRB? So, anyway, moving on. Hold on a minute here. If I can get out of this.
I would assume she's probably not sure
Oh,
you
I
can
I
play
know. I
that
got it.
stuff.
I got it now. I figured it out. Thank you, though. Thank you. Thank you. I'll clean it up if I have to. It's no big deal. Give me 1 minute here. By the way, that came from this channel here. To give credit where credit due is. 1 minute. Sorry, guys. Lord, hold on. All right. A couple other little things that I had found that go along with Mr. Mowich's conversation, just to give you stuff to think about and to look into possibly if you want to. This one comes from, again, this TikTok. Do you think this looks like the same guy? Now, this was somebody that was at the grub truck. I remember seeing it, but I can't tell if it is or if it's not. I don't think he looks the same. That's my opinion, but doesn't mean it's not. And then we have somebody else. These are all, I'll just let it play.
I don't think they're the same person. They look different to me. You're muted, dude.
I agree with you. They look different to me. But it's just something out there. But Nick Mowich was, in fact, I'm going to read this report to you myself. 1 minute. Are you outside?
Hey, Mom Toy. No, I'm inside. Can you hear the AC?
Yeah, it's okay.
Not.
It's not too loud. I just was wondering. That's all. No big deal. 1 minute. Oh, did Tomboy show up?
Yep.
I can't see her right this second because I'm in the background trying to do something. Hold on. Good Lord. Stop it. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to read something to you from a document that was dropped. If I can find the right portion of the document. Yeah, I think this is the right one. Luther sent me a couple days back. We're going to go there first. All right. So this document was the motion in limine number 5, inconclusive data, okay? I don't need to read that part of that part. I'm trying to get to where it is. All right, so this has something to do with DNA. This is where it becomes somewhat important because something had came to the table. Tomboy actually knows a lot about this too. So 1 minute here. One second. Tomboy, there's a link in Discord for you. If you feel like joining us up here, it'd be kind of helpful to explain a couple things. Because her knowledge with the specifics on this situation that I'm going to get into. Because I don't want to get this wrong, and I know that there was some more better understanding. So I'm going to read this real quick. In the grand jury testimony, Jade Miller testified as to the results of testing done on item Q13.1, a swab of the left fingernail clippings from Madison Mogan. The data consisted of a three-person mixture, okay? The likelihood ratio was calculated assuming that Maddie was a contributor to her own fingernails, of course. Miller testified that Maddie Mogan as followed. this DNA profile is at least 77,900 or 77,900,000 times more likely to be seen if it resulted from a mixture from Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, and an unrelated randomly selected individual. Remember those parts you're driving, okay. Unrelated, randomly selected individual. Remember that. Grand jury transcript at 366. The data from that sample was inconclusive as to Mr. Kohberger. Grand jury transcript 365, of course. Miller testified that inconclusive means that an analyst is unable to say one way or another whether or not Bryan Kohberger is included in the mixture. Now, hold that thought. I will be right back. Mama Bear, if you could hold the thing, I have to run to the bathroom again. Sorry.
Good grief, if you stopped drinking so much coffee, you wouldn't have to go to the bathroom every 5 minutes. All right, Tomboy said it just means that it's Kaylee and can't possibly be a random dude. Always, baby Ames, you'll learn always, every 5 minutes. Maybe 10 if you're lucky. Yep, Becca. There's one time he had, and I don't know if he's still, because I haven't been around as much because I've been working, that we're talking like 6 to 10 cups of coffee a day. Yeah, water does the same. Altruistic. Spit it
Are you
out.
talking crap about my coffee drinking?
No, I would never do that. Because he takes a drink of his coffee.
Anyway. So, unable to say one way or another, blah, blah, I read all that. Okay, the argument with this is the use of misleading language confuses and misleads the finder of fact that is barred to the rules 40203, as well as due process. Now, going back up, I'm just reading this for a reason, okay? We all know about the unknown DNA, the unknown male DNA that was on the sheath, the blood DNA, okay? That's kind of important in my opinion. And we also know that there was stuff, there was unknown male DNA found underneath Maddie's fingernails, I believe, as well. Okay. Now I can't find the document where it read about what it excluded from the DNA found. Okay. I thought it was in this one, but I guess it's not. But there was something that was mentioned in one of these documents we were reading through when we went through these that pointed to the fact that it could be Native American DNA, or that it could come from some form of Native American DNA is all I'm highly so that's the point that I was making with some of this, okay? That's one thing I just want to point out because there again, we all know, as we just heard, that the only person that had any relation to Native American heritage that we have been spoken about in this case is Nick Mowich, okay? So that being said, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna pull this other piece up as soon as I can. And of course, we've all heard Pavarotti's videos for those of us that have followed him. Why do I keep losing things in here? There we go. Just 1 minute. Oh, good God. Open for me. Here we go. Now you're gonna cooperate. Okay.
Hi, Leah.
Coffee isn't a food group. Yes, it is. It is in my diet. Okay. Stop talking bad about coffee. I'll get mad. Right. Anyway, I drink a lot of water too.
I'm not
Just so
scared.
you guys know. What'd you say? Okay.
I said, you can get mad all you want. I'm not scared of you.
I wasn't talking to you. I ain't it. Whatever. Moving on. I know you're not scared of me. I'm not scared of you either. Well, not completely. I'll say that.
I was going to say,
So
what?
I said not completely. Okay. Calm down.
Okay.
So supplement ISP supplemental report number 73. Okay. I'm going to point a couple things out here with this. This was taken by Gary Tolson, who I have issues with anyway, because of the list that he's on. He shouldn't be doing anything in this case, in my opinion, but this is me. Others may think differently, but I think what I think. Moving down, it says on Monday, November 21st, the FBI received an anonymous call about an unnamed person being brought into the. This is why I was asking Tomboy to join us, because she knows the name of the places. I think it was St. Joseph's Medical Center or something like that. And if I'm wrong, it'll be corrected in the chat, I'm sure. Okay. In Lewiston, and then being flown to Spokane, Washington, to, I think it's the Sacred Heart Trauma Center. I think that's what it's called. Life flighted after being brought in. Okay. The caller told the agent that this person was supposed to have been involved in an auto accident. Unfortunately, the caller would not give the agent the name of the person they were calling about, which is interesting. The Idaho State Police Detective Jake Schwecke contacted Latah County Sheriff's Office, Nez Perce Sheriff's Office, and the Lewiston County Police Department. No collision had been reported. That's interesting. St. Joseph's Regional Medical Center was the first place. Thank you, Tomboy. I knew it was St. Joe's something. But a vehicle that was registered to a blank blank, date of birth of 1983, was found abandoned in a field, and later blank was found partially clothed. Nicholas Mowich is the name of the person, and injured wandering the streets of Lewiston. This was on November 15th of 2022. Now, I need to point something out here that I pointed out the other day when I looked at this. He was involved in an auto accident, okay? According to what the statement was, allegedly. Now, my understanding is the injuries that Nicholas Mowich had are not the same injuries you would find on someone that has been in a car accident. There were slices and cuts on his arms and his torso area, okay? Stab and slice and cutting wounds, okay? A car accident is going to cause head trauma, body trauma, things like that, broken bones, not many slices or cuts unless there's some kind of metal damage to the vehicle. I've never seen them like that. I'm just letting you know that, okay? So, Mowich was transported to the, what Tomboy just said, the St. Joseph Hospital, and later life flighted to the Sacred Heart in Spokane, Washington. Detective Sergeant Mike Van Leuven contacted the blank and found out, probably the hospital, and found out that Mowich had subsequently died while in the hospital. He went in on the 15th, 2 days after the murders, and died on the 21st. Now, I contacted the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office in Spokane, Washington. I spoke with Deputy Medical Investigator, blah, 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 blah. I believe it was probably Singh. And they advised me that they did, in fact, have the body of Nick Mowich, case number, blah, 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 and full autopsy had been performed on November 21st. Blank told me that he had contacted blank's mother, which we do know what her name is. I'm not going to put it out here right now, who told him that Mowich had been sober for the last 4 years, but 2 weeks prior to his death, he had left the house on November 8th of 2022 and did not return. He was found wandering the streets of Lewiston with cuts and abrasions. Cuts and abrasions on his torso and arms, and then transported to the hospital. I requested copies of the autopsy photographs so that we could see what injuries the anonymous medical staff person was calling the FBI about. Okay, now hear that part again. I requested the copies of the autopsy photographs so we could see what injuries the anonymous medical staff person was calling the FBI about. Blank, blank. Requested that I send his office the request in writing, and I wrote a letter of request, emailed it to his office, and a copy of that memorandum is attached to this report. I received the requested photographs via email from the medical examiner's office. I transferred the photographs to a compact disc and entered them in evidence and Moscow Police Department. We've never seen anything, nothing from that person or any of that beyond this report. Okay. I also received a phone call from the ME's office staff asking if I needed anything further. I requested they do DNA buccal swabs of Mowich's body. They told me that they would, but an ISP detective would have to take possession of the swabs once they were done. I contacted Detective Lehman at ISP. She drove over to the Spokane Medical Examiner's office, picked up the buccal swabs, and Detective Lehman then drove the swabs to the Moscow PD and placed them into evidence. Case continues. There was never any follow-up on this, folks. Never. Never. You have somebody that shows up at a local hospital with injuries that are allegedly from a car accident, okay? That didn't happen. It wasn't a car accident, in my opinion. Now, mind you, this person claimed to be, where did it go? Let me find it here. An anonymous call about an unnamed person being brought into the emergency room in Lewiston. That anonymous person is listed as Mowich's mother on the document right there. Again, we know her name. It's redacted. Now, my issue with this, okay, is the fact that and everything fits for him. Age, date of birth, everything, okay? And one thing I want to remind you, you guys saw photographs of what he looks like, right? Black hair, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And it's interesting because the hairs that were found in the bed upstairs that Maddie and Kaylee were in are exactly that color. And the hair was tested against Bryan Kohberger. It's not his. So I'm just saying, somebody shows up in the emergency room with slashes and cuts and abrasions on their arms and their body. Hmm. And he's found wandering as though it sounds to me like somebody beat the living hell out of this guy. Not to mention the other injuries that he had. If you think about that for a minute, it might kind of process. So again, there was something within a document we read that pointed to the possibility of Native American DNA. Nobody else in this case that I've ever seen has that type of culture behind them. Okay. I gotta wonder. And he's also been associated and known to be associated with certain other groups and other people that we have talked about before. Give me 1 minute here. If I can find it, I will show it to you. Can you hear me okay, Bear?
Yeah, Jesse, I know you're a big coffee drinker too.
Yes, Jess. Is Jesse here? I didn't even see him come in. Good to see you, Jess, if you're here. 6 to 10 cups. Yeah, right. I drink more than that. I promise you that. But hey, it is what it is. I drink a lot of water to back it up, though. Okay, hold on here. I think I found it. All right, guys. So now I'm going to throw another video up here real quick that our friend Pav put out. I'm going to drop his link in here as well. Why defend him? That's a great question, Catherine, and I'm going to explain that in a minute. Just a minute. Guys, if you haven't subscribed to Jay Embry or Pavarotti, please go check it out. I'm telling you, there's a lot of things that have been explained via Pavarotti that it took me a bit of time to get on board with some of it, but at this point now, you can't look past it. There's the link right there, and I'm grateful. Again, I've said it before that I believe that Pav and Lena are the two hardest working creators on YouTube. That includes myself out of all of us. So I almost got weirded out there. I forgot the capabilities you have, Mama Bear. I was like, how the hell? Anyway, welcome, Tomboy. I'm starting to think my damn computer's haunted too. Anyway, so we're going to check this out and just review parts and pieces of this, but make sure you guys subscribe to Pavarotti because he has really helped us to get to certain places in this case, in my opinion. And again, there's people that don't care for him. I understand that fully. Okay. And I respect that, but you know, I do respect him very highly. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Turkey Creek. Nothing at all. All right, let's check this out real quick. Can you hear me okay, Tomboy?
Yes.
Okay. Are you home now?
No. I'm parked.
Okay. All right. Lily Rose, good to see you, dear. Come on in. Have a seat. Here we go.
Well, here's my working theory of what I believe their actual working theory was. I believe that they had 3 suspects. I believe they actually believed this in their investigation. They had suspect number 1, suspect number 2, and suspect number 3, who was driving a car. Now, as we go through this, the reason I believe they had narrowed it down to these 3 suspects is because the one that they believe to be suspect number 1, there is police reports talking about them. There's video footage of them, but there isn't any police reports clearing the suspect or showing a follow-up investigation into them. And I find that to be the most suspect thing. And that includes both of these 2. And the only one that they have any type of investigation into is the one they believed was Bryan Kohberger in the car. And let me further explain. But one thing is for sure, all of these individuals were investigated to the hilt by the Idaho State Police Department. I've showed you to where they've even followed up and had suspicions about this one. And this one, along with likely her boyfriend and one other individual I still haven't been able to put my finger on. All the rest of them were cleared. And even this one and the other one, they got their DNA, they got their fingerprints, they got everything. So they cleared them as being a perpetrator. So all these people that people want to continue to try to say or well, this is the crime here. Y'all can believe that all you want. And there'll always be some people that'll bring information to you that'll insinuate that. But in reality, none of these people committed the crime. So, and that's my final word.
Now, this is from, I think, 8 months ago. Things have changed in some of his stuff and some of his mind, but the majority of this, you'll see the reason why. So, you know, you don't have to pay attention to a lot of this stuff, but there's parts you do. I'll point it out.
Heard about that. However, who they really believe their suspects to be, I will show you now. The first suspect is undoubtedly the person that they have on video walking up through Linda Lane past the dumpster at 3:15. And that person then is seen on the 1320 or 1330 Linda Lane camera walking down these steps right here across the parking lot here. And then we have a police report that says they were later seen walking to this dumpster and doing something at 3:20. There isn't a police report that mentions this person again. And considering that they believed anybody in this area at this time frame that was either driving a vehicle or walking to be a suspect or at least a person of interest to be cleared, and there's never another report discussing who this person was. However, there are other reports discussing who the likely person is, and I will be going over those in the future, but it is my firm belief now that they believed, I'm not saying I believe it, but they believed that the dumpster guy was actually Kopaka. And I'll save that information for a future video, but
And that again, like he just said, for a future talk conversation, just eliminate Kopaka from our conversation today. This is just part of what he did then, but we're getting to that point next.
Firmly believe, not me, but the investigators firmly believed, in my opinion, that Kopaka was dumpster guy. And we will continue on from there, because now we've got the second suspect that I believe they believed and I believe is the main suspect in the case, and that is Mr. Mowich. And he is undoubtedly, in my opinion, gun rack guy, and I believe it was the law enforcement's opinion as well. Now, here's where things get a little bit sideways, where they got it wrong and I got it wrong. So I can see why they got it wrong. Now, here recently, I've had a run-in with another content creator about potentially who Mowich's son was. I said it was quite possible that his son was a guy named Jackson Schneider, who lived in a number 43 here in these apartments, and that it looked like.
Again, this part, take it if you want to. It's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm just trying to show you some things.
Mowich, according to the police report, had come out of those apartments, walked across the parking lot here, and through the middle of the Queen Road apartments right towards the King Road residence just prior to when they believe the crime happened. Now, the back and forth could have been a lot friendlier and it could have been a lot more helpful if that person would have just said, hey, I think you're wrong on this. I think it's something else. But no, they didn't. They came at me condescending with some information that I already had vetted that I knew wasn't true. So I made a video calling it like I see it. Well, she came back with a video showing another kid that could be Mowich's son. And I have no reason to believe that that's not the case. I mean, all she showed was a picture of a Facebook post with a name, no other receipt other than that. But it did get me to looking into this a lot deeper, and not because of their receipt that they produced with no receipt really with it, but because of one thing that I did discover in my long deep dive into this subject that tells me that that person that I believed was Mowich's son is likely not because of the age. But let me show you what they showed us, and then I'll show you why my feelings changed on the matter. All right, so they brought up this LinkedIn post for this young man, and then they went down and condescendingly said, well, he was in high school. Look, all you have to do is look at the LinkedIn, and it shows he was in high school. Look, till 2023 in Freeman High School up there in Spokane. Well, I'd already been through this. In fact, the first thing that I looked at when I was looking into this was this particular post, and I went, well, this can't be my guy because he was in school then. But then I looked into it further and found out that he was actually 23 years old, which made it to where there was no way that he was in high school when this says he was in high school. Therefore, this was just not correct. And that was their argument, and I knew their argument was wrong. I attacked it, and then they came back not with this argument. They came back with the other kid in Elma, Washington, and said this is likely him. Well, considering Elma, Washington is up there where Mowich grew up, then they may be right. But that was not what they said in their condescending video. So I responded in a not nice way, just like I will always do, simply because you come at me like that, and I'm going to respond to whatever you're coming at me with if you're not coming at me with the truth. And because that's what helps me to find the truth, in my humble opinion. And I don't specifically go out and go, well, I'm going to attack this person, this person, this person. I don't care what anybody else is doing, what they're saying, what kind of nonsense is his father in Lewiston. That's why I thought that was Jackson Schneider, because of that statement. But now I know, because I found his birth date in October of 2001, that I had the wrong guy, because this one says date of birth
All right. The points that I'm trying to make, I might have grabbed the wrong video, but the point is, okay, he does point to Mowich in a lot of the videos he's put out. I think I grabbed the wrong one because I was looking at two different ones this morning, and I think I pulled the wrong one. The point is, you guys know where we're at with this, okay? And what I'm pointing at with this. So whether the sun thing is anything, that doesn't matter to me at this point. So why was there never any follow up with Nick Mowich? Any? I mean, again, we could say that with a lot of other people. Like, they got Bryan and there it is. But why could they not have? Okay, let's go with the fact that Bryan is a patsy for this. Okay, a lot of us believe this. Well, just as much as Brent Kopaka could have been a patsy for this, and I think very likely possibly was thought of as one. So could Mowich have been, and it would be so easy to do this. Okay, but it's who he's affiliated with and associated with, or was. I'm sorry. I believe is what the problem is here. Okay, can you hear and speak, Tomboy? Okay, so she just said no and left. Well, then forget that. So anyway, moving on. The affiliation of the people that Mowich was close to, it's the same people that we've been talking about in here for a while, as to who and why knew the victims. And are you here? Stable now? You're not going to fall out the window?
Yeah. Of course, the minute you ask me, I pull away, so I totally lose
Oh,
everything for about
okay.
1,000 yards.
Okay, I got you. So if you can do a little more of an explanation into Mowich a little bit in his affiliations, the people that he's associated with in his organizations and stuff like that, the things you know. If
Okay,
you're
say
able
that
to.
one more time because you cut out. You're
If
gonna
you
cut out again.
could you explain a little bit more about the affiliations and the people that Mowich is affiliated with organizations, the people, and so on and so forth, things like that. That's all I was asking.
Like, what do you mean affiliates?
The people he knows, that he hangs around with, that he's known to be with.
Well, I don't know personally who he hangs out with or who he
Did
did hang
hang
out
out
with
with,
or any of that.
who he was
I just
associated with.
know that in the past it was known for him to be affiliated with
Thank you, Lamonde.
snorters.
Okay. And his name comes up. Go ahead.
What and what?
I was just gonna say his
I'm telling
name
you, I'm
came
in a
up.
crappy area.
Don't worry about it then. I'll explain it. Don't worry about it. Thank you, Lamonde. And the picture on screen here, as I explained, Mowich passed away on the 21st of November. This is his funeral. There's some other people that show up at this funeral that are still, again, related to these organizations. I'm trying to see where it pops
If you
up
just
here.
if you hold on, if you take your little finger and point to that dude right there with the blue shirt on and the red collar, there's one right there, one next to him, and there's another one that will be walking back on the right hand side of your screen.
From up here. So
Yes.
here again, these people are organized with this group of people we've been talking about recently. Pop's been talking about for a long time. A lot of other people have been talking about at this point. So okay. Again, we all know that I don't believe in coincidences
Those
with this.
three were
Go ahead.
busted in the big raid in Western Washington
The Jesse
after the
James,
murders,
the Jesse,
along with Jesse James Bailey.
the Jesse James Bailey raid that I showed you guys. Yes, these three people here that are here at this funeral for this gentleman who they knew. Okay, were all busted in that raid that happened that I showed you the video on. So yes, that's another good point I was going to bring up at some point. So there again, you guys don't, I don't believe in coincidence, especially not in this case. So to have all these people surrounding this situation, and then you have what Mowich's situation ended up being at the end of this. Okay, I don't believe it's a coincidence, folks. I believe there's reasons for this. So it did. Was he one of the attackers and he got the hell kicked out of him possibly and get cut up maybe? Or was it that he was possibly involved and started doing this and people said, you need to shut your mouth? And next thing you know, he's found wandering in Lewiston and then dies 5 days later. Hi, Fizzy.
Loose
Wasn't
lips sink ships.
right. And that's how many times have we heard that in this case? 3 years ago, Kim said to me, WSU mom Kim, not our Kim, said to me, Dago, you don't know how many times I've heard the snitches get stitches statement made in this case. Okay. Well, again, Claire said wasn't one of them let out of jail for his father or something, and he was at the funeral. Farley was let out of jail to go to I think it was a funeral, and then his grandfather's funeral, and then he skipped bail. If that's what you mean, Claire, probably.
Nicholas Mowich was an active member in 2 tribes. A tribe on the western side of Washington, and also an active member of the Nez Perce tribe.
And then again, as I spoke earlier, I couldn't find, I looked for it all night, the document that pointed to, it says it in the document somewhere. I can't remember exactly where, but it points to when they're talking about the unknown DNA that they have found, the fact that there's some relation to Native American DNA there. I can't find the document, you guys. I read it to you at one point, long time ago.
It's one of the first DNA samples documents that was done by somebody from the state.
Right. The ISP dump, right. I don't know, but here's the thing.
I will find it when I get home. I do have a copy of it at home.
I know we have it, guys. I just don't know because I went through so many documents. Okay. I can't find the exact one. But it has it in there, folks. It points to the possibility of Native American DNA being at this scene. Nobody else that has been looked at. It
wasn't African American. It wasn't Hispanic, and it wasn't of Chinese descent.
It points to everything but.
Leave you?
Right. Exactly. 1 minute.
Did he just say exactly?
1 second, folks. My wife just walked in the door. I have to do something really fast. Please hold the fort. I'll be right back.
Nicholas Mowich's legal address was also listed in Genesee, which, if y'all remember, that is on the map that Payne so nicely drew.
I thought I heard him say exactly.
Did I lose everybody?
Okay, sorry about that. Um, La Monde, again, thank you. Brenna Lilly, welcome. Right, that's what my
Can you
question
hear
was
me?
too. Yes, I can very loudly. Can you hear me?
I can hear
Hello?
you.
Okay, so again, I'm just pointing out again, folks, how important I think this is because Tomboy, how long did it take me to come to get to this point with him?
How long did it what?
How long did it take for me to get to this point with this guy being involved? You make this so
A
hard.
longer than me.
It was a long time. It was a very long time. So, and now at this point, I don't even at the very least he has to be in my mind, my opinion, at least one of absolutely one of the absolute people involved, without a doubt in my mind. Now, I have no doubts. I would love to talk to his mother. I would love to talk to the hospital staff. I would like to see exactly what injuries Mowich had, because I think that would just put closure on my thoughts and my feelings
Well,
and
the
my
hospital
opinions with
staff
this.
won't talk because it's HIPAA. The hospital
I know
staff won't
that.
talk because it's against HIPAA.
I know
But
that. I'm just saying I would like to.
um,
Yeah, I agree with that, Mandy. There's no way he did this without no, no. I not by himself without being injured. I fully agree with that. Where does she fell out again? She must have really bad
can
coverage
I
there.
say something without everybody jumping up all over my ass?
Yeah,
Where okay,
right,
he
SRB.
was found wandering. He was found wandering in downtown Lewiston, which isn't there's not a lot of space, let's just say that. Um, where he was found wandering was not far from where Brent Kopaka's brother lived.
Right. Very paw right.
And
Exactly.
where Brent where Brent Kopaka's brother lives, you can stand outside in his driveway and look like
It
north
Brian Kohberger.
up leftish a little bit, and you can see the back of the hospital.
Right. Good point. Good point. Good point. Good point. And I think I even saw something not too, it was about almost a year ago. And I don't even watch this stuff, you guys. I don't. They keep getting thrown into my algorithm. It's wild. But even one of the the tarot card readers that do this stuff, months and months, almost like I said, almost like a year ago, brought this gentleman up, Nick Mowich, again, talking about the people he attacked may have injured him, is what I believe, if I remember correctly, what I heard from it. So it's very interesting. All I'm saying is that for those of you that are like, oh, Bob is ridiculous, he's wrong, he's this, he's that, don't go there yet, okay? In my
There's
opinion,
only one person I know that works harder, if not just as hard as Lana.
I've said that, Pavarotti. Him and
And
Lena are the two
yeah,
that work the hardest out here, in my opinion. And he's not going to
no,
put
there was
something out
never
either.
evidence.
He's definitely looked
There
into it.
there was never any evidence of a wreck, and if he was in a wreck with his car, how the hell did he get there?
And everything else would have been everything else. His injuries would have been different, in my opinion, if he would have been in a car wreck. I want to see the car. I want to see what the car looked like too. It was found
There
abandoned.
was never a car.
Well, they're saying there
That's
was a
the whole thing.
vehicle,
He was found wandering.
right? But there was a vehicle found later that was found abandoned.
That was
That
in
they're
the orchards.
that they're saying belonged to him. And if you look at the vehicle, I want to see this vehicle. I guarantee you, there's
was a
no damage to it.
It was a black BMW.
So therein, if there's no damage to the vehicle, there's no car accident. Once again, that's all I'm saying. Was
Okay,
it really?
but wait a minute. Wait a minute. He was never in a wreck. They just said he was found wandering.
I know you're missing
The
my
only
point.
no, I get your point, but the only people that said that there was a wreck was the people that called in, because that's what the hospital told him.
Right. And the person that called in, from my understanding, was his mother. Is that correct?
Correct?
That's what I'm saying. So I believe she was called, or she was told, your
From the
son's been in,
hospital.
right, your son's been in an accident. He was brought in, so on and so forth. That's what my understanding is. Why did I think there was a car in the ditch? They found a car abandoned at some point, SRB, they stated in the report. And the registration came back to him, which is why.
What? Nuh-uh.
What?
Say that again.
Who are you talking to? Me?
I need you to repeat what you just said.
My understanding was, from what I read, they found a car abandoned later on somewhere. I can't remember where. And from what I was explained to, that it was registered to him. Now, let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm getting at is the car's wasn't wrecked, okay? I believe that he may have driven to the spot that he was, that where the car was found, got out of the car because he was confused, obviously due to his injuries, and started wandering. Maybe he was looking for something. But the car wasn't wrecked, is what I'm trying to explain to you guys. There was no car accident. There was none of that. That's what I'm trying to say. The injuries he received were not from a car accident.
I believe he was dropped off because they figured he was gonna die anyway. So they just dropped him off on a side road in Lewiston, and they hightailed it out of town. There was never a car wreck.
That's what I just said. There was no car accident. Either he was dropped off by somebody driving him to the spot with the vehicle, and then he came, maybe he was unconscious, came to, started wandering because he couldn't find where he was at, or he drove the car there himself, being confused. That's the two things I'm trying to point out here. There was no car accident, though, is what I'm trying to say. There was no damage to the car. There was none of that other shit.
The car that was found in the orchards at the baseball fields, which is the opposite ends of town, and it's downhill, and it's about a good hour and a half walk. If he was that injured, there's no way they could have found him where they found him.
Well, it is what it is. I don't know that area like that, so. But that's very plausible, what you just said. The point is I think he was either driven there in the vehicle. Maybe he did walk wandering. It didn't say anything about his legs being injured. Who knows? I don't know. Unless they planted the car there. That's the point that I'm trying to get through. That the car ended up there somehow. It's registered to him. He's found wandering in Lewiston. Either the whole thing was planted and scammed the way it was, thinking like you said that he was just going to die and nobody have to worry about it, and he wasn't that bad. You know what I mean?
Need to see. I guess I need to see where this car was registered to him, because he only had trucks.
Well, you're the one that brought that.
No, sir.
Where did the information come from then? Because it's been so long now, I can't remember. But that's my understanding.
I don't know. This is the first time hearing about a car that came back registered to him. He only had trucks, so I'm not. I don't.
Well, then we need to look into that to find out where that comes from then, because that's how I heard it. Hold on, I'm trying to note this. Maybe it was one of Pov's videos. Could have been.
I don't think so. I just know he was found wandering with injuries that somebody reported to the mother that he got from a car wreck, but they didn't know because he was never alert once he got to the hospital.
Right.
Does that make sense?
He never came back to consciousness.
Right. So I'm not sure how they figured it was a car wreck. I don't know.
Just based on the report, there's no follow-up report at all. They didn't follow it up with anything at all, which points back to the same thing they did with everybody else. They never followed up any other leads that were given to them or tips or anything, just like they did with him, because Bryan Kohberger was always going to be the person that did this.
Sausage, I think he may have received some injuries, but I also believe that he may have sustained a lot more worse injuries from possibly the people that dropped him off.
If that's how it happened, yeah. No, there was a car found. It was in the report that they found that a car abandoned somewhere. One of the reports when they looked into it. That's all the further they went with it, though. So I'm gonna have to look backwards into that more.
Dave, are you mixing up two reports? The one with Farley?
No.
The one that was found to have no significant.
No. You're talking about the. No, it's in the thing. I'll have to look into it more, you guys. 'Cause I don't want to put anything out that's wrong. So I'll do that. I'll look into it more. I hate putting out misinformation. So don't pay no attention to me on that. That part about the car thing. The whole point is based on what I read from the report. He went to the hospital on the 15th, was life flighted to the trauma center, and died on the 21st. And nobody ever got to speak to him or talk to him because he never regained consciousness. And in turn, he could have very likely had answers to this and maybe told what happened. That's my issue with the whole thing. And I had heard, I guess, that story that's not true now, which I don't like doing. But my understanding was the whole thing with the car was a setup, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And there was a car found abandoned. I can't remember exactly when it was. And my understanding was that the two were linked into one. So just ignore that portion of it, because if it's wrong, it's, I don't want that put out there. So my apologies. Did they compel him to come out of retirement? Ask him. Well, the understanding is that he was sober for years, I guess, and then something
because he was locked up.
right, and then something, you know, got him to start using or drinking or whatever he was doing again, and disappeared on the 8th, and had not been seen again until he was found wandering in Lewiston, and at that point ended up in the hospital. So between the 8th and the 15th of November, I would like to know where he was, what he was doing, who he was with, and then what happened.
Well, they subpoenaed. I believe they got his phone records as well as his girlfriend's phone records, if I remember correctly, from the evidence list, and it's in a report somewhere.
Right. That's the thing is these I can't remember which reports these were because I read all these reports.
It was in the last dump. Again, I'll find it when I get home.
ISP dump number 4.
No, that's the photos.
Okay. Well, either way, that's the story, you guys. That's the point. Like I said, the car thing, I guess, just ignore that for now until we can prove that. The point that I'm trying to make with this whole thing, these other details are really not that important to me, is that this guy is important to this. Okay. He's very important to this. And he was completely ignored and avoided. And Bob even
Why?
says the same thing. You know, why did they not follow up with this? Why did they ignore this? Why did they, if they believed that this could have been him possibly, why have we not seen anything else put out about him? Or is that the point right there? They didn't want to believe this. Or they knew it, they didn't want it out there is what I'm trying to say. So we keep coming back to Emma and Demetrius. Watch, you have to understand who those two are affiliated with. That's where this goes to, you guys. That's where this goes to, is who those two are affiliated with. Every bit of this, it comes back in a full circle, in my opinion, to the same people. There's a bunch of names that had been dropped. A bunch of names. Pavarotti's talked about him. We've talked about him. Other channels have talked about him. Nick Mowich is one of them. Janelle Braun is another one. Franco Paca was another name.
I don't think Nicholas Mowich fell off the wagon from drinking. I think he fell off the wagon from doing drugs.
Well, whatever it was, it is what it is. It happened. It happened, and that could be what provoked or promoted this. You know, if he starts doing drugs, people are a lot more susceptible to do things they normally wouldn't do. Okay. And hold on a minute. And that could be how this happened, you know, in that essence. So it's ironic to me that they will not follow up, or they did not follow up anything with him at all. Knowing the situation, knowing the closeness of everything. And again, it points right back to what I believe, as I talked about the other day when we were talking about, I think it was the show was titled, Did the Victims Know Their Attackers? I think they may not have known this one, okay? But I think the other people that were involved were known to them, and they're affiliated. And everybody has an affiliation aspect to this, okay? There's the problem. Hi, Krista. How are you?
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good.
You remember, you just said that they didn't look into Nick Mowich and all that. Anything, if it remotely had anything to do with the drug aspect, they didn't
avoided
look into it at all.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making. They completely avoided anything that had anything to do with that part of it, whether it's the drugs, the Aryan Knights, the Jesse James Bailey gang, any of that stuff. They completely stayed away from that. To me, that means that that's it. If that makes any sense, anything that they avoided is where seems to be where the truth is at. If you go back and look at the documents, the stuff we've learned, anything and everything that we've learned is stuff they haven't touched. Even the Chris Wickham book, there's nothing about that in there. Dr. Turby, nothing about that in anything he states or in his report. They've completely and totally sidestepped and avoided that completely. That tells me a lot. I'll say that.
Now, I heard the same thing about the car with this guy. I don't know where I heard it, but I was heard he was taken to the hospital. They said his injuries didn't match a car accident because that's what they were told, and that he died before anybody could ask him any questions. And it seems like he might be the guy that had jumped off. Maybe we heard somebody jump off a balcony, had 2 broken legs. I heard,
It,
but
I don't think. Yeah, right.
the
I know
car
what you're
thing I
saying.
definitely heard, and I was like, okay, well, I mean, that's whole. Ever since I heard that, I figured that could be he's one of the people could be involved, and the other people that are deceased were probably involved.
Right. I mean,
So, but I heard the
it,
same thing.
it
I just can't. I was looking
it's
through
very
maybe.
plausible. We have 2 people that could be involved in this partially that are no longer with us. That's 2. Okay.
Or
One of
more.
one of the people that has been looked at that is a possibility was Bryan Kohberger. He's deceased. Nick Mowich is deceased. Is that part of what this is? The plan is for this is to shut people up by making sure they no longer exist. You know what I mean? I'm
They
just
do it
saying.
to you, they'll do it to you.
Right.
You're not safe. There's no honor amongst thieves. So
Right. Agreed. And yes, sausage. Very, very likely. Very. I'm just pointing, guys, at the things that none of it makes sense, but the things that do make sense, that do make some other things make sense, are the things that are being avoided by law enforcement completely. Completely, in my opinion.
and they were supplying the drugs to Emma Bailey. Is that what her name is? Emma.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
There's a lot of and those 2 were it's already been stated more than once, and more than one person has done it, that those 2 were distributing the drugs through the fraternities. That's the only way I believe the fraternities have any involvement in this, just so you guys know. I'm not saying the fraternity has no involvement, okay? I think they have guilty knowledge. At the very least, they have at least guilty knowledge, okay? That's my biggest point. And that is truly what I don't see them being able to be the ones that did this and
Mhm.
keep it quiet for very long. That's all I'm saying. And anybody that thinks differently, I respect that. I do. I see why you think that, because I thought I thought that for a long time.
Yeah.
But here we are going on 4 years, and nobody has slipped up and said, I did this, or I was there when this happened, or I was the one that did. You know what I mean? That's my biggest problem with it. Is believing that the fraternity brothers did this without having a slip anywhere, guys. They drink, they party, they get crazy drunk, they get
Yeah.
high, they do this and that. My own personal experience from when I used to drink, I was a heavy drinker, folks, and I did do drugs at points too, as everybody knows. That's when you talk. You become
Loose lips.
yeah, I mean you're relaxed at that point. You don't have to sit tight on everything, and then you slip things from time to time. Nobody slipped anything, at least that we know of. I'll say that much. So
Yeah.
that's why my I can't solidly look at the fraternities and say they did it. Okay, I do believe they have guilty knowledge of this. That's an absolute. Don't get me wrong. I think they know who was involved. I think they know what happened. Absolutely. But there again, I think there's a huge fear over top of their heads, a big black cloud over that town, and anything that was involved in it.
Mhm.
It puts the fear of God into these people that if I were to talk about this, guess what's going to happen to me?
Because look at the people that it's already affected afterwards.
Right.
They're not here.
Right.
It's like crazy. It's
100%.
to not for somebody to be paranoid that they're going to get blamed for it, and then he gets swatted and allegedly murdered, right? And then another
Right.
guy just shows up, don't know what happened to him, but he's like beat to all hell, broken legs, and happens to be supplying things that go on around that house.
Right.
And
And
you know,
yeah,
it's all.
yes.
And who else is going to murder 4 people if it's not drugs or money? I'm sorry, or like some kind of passion thing. But there's 4 of them.
Yeah.
And you
Right.
left 2. You left 2 alive that you know that were there. So
Right. And yes, sausage. In the Caden Young body cam footage that we went through that Logan had gotten, we reviewed that again, and absolutely the kid stands right there and says when they finally yanked it out of him, yes, Emma and Demetrius were very well known because there was many interactions for drug buying. So
weren't they,
that was admitted there too.
they
Dave
were
did an interview. Yeah.
weren't they in jail too for the same thing?
They went to jail They were charged with murder for Caden Young's overdose, and then all charges were dropped. They were
Oh.
cleared, and they walked away conveniently. Look at that again.
Snitch. Snitchy snitch.
That's what I'm trying to say. I don't want that to happen, Michelle. What are you confused about? And I will try to clear it up real quick. That's what I didn't want to happen was confusion. So that's why I said just ignore the whole thing I said about the car until I can prove it to you.
If there was no car, then I would really definitely think he got that something was up. Because I'm like, okay, car maybe, but like if there really it was no car situation, like verified, then he definitely. Because we also
I
hear
agree.
somebody like struggling to breathe, like there's on that one cam you hear like somebody having like a hard time, like they just got done running or they were running away from something.
Out of breath, maybe. Yeah, I
Yeah.
got you.
And you're like, what's wrong with that guy or whatever? It's like, and everybody's like, well, maybe he just left the scene. Maybe it's the perp.
Right.
But
Oh, yeah. No, I'm with you on that one, Michelle. I
Yeah.
am with that one.
Welcome to my world.
But as far as that goes, that's probably going to be it for today, guys. I just wanted to get that conversation in until we can get more information on Nick Mowich, which I think a lot of us here, the rest of some of my crew and myself, will be looking deeper into that situation to see if we can find any other pertinent information pointing towards him. And again, make sure you guys are following Pavarotti. With the videos he's put out on it, he's made a lot of sense with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's taken me a long time to get to this point with Nick Mowich because I just didn't see that connection for the longest time. If you start to look back on everything now, it's right there, you guys. It really truly makes a lot of sense. So I'm sorry it took me this long, but it took me that long to get to the point where I believed Bryan was innocent. I sat on the fence for 3 years. So I just like to see proof of things and things that make sense because nothing else in this case did.
Right. And he was
So-
part of the crew, right? The Aryans.
Yeah,
What?
he was very close to that group of people. I'll say that,
And
and
that's
the other side of it too.
like they do this and they don't worry about getting caught because they're an actual entity, kind of, right?
They, that's
something-
what people do. Yeah, I explained that the other day. That why would people protect people that are involved in this and that, everything else? In my opinion, is out of fear. Okay,
Yeah.
I think it is out of fear. And I think there's a controlling aspect that town and that area and those people are controlled by that group in some aspect because of fear. That's my whole point.
Yeah.
1 minute here. Just trying to find something that I may have missed. Oh, is this? Were you saying that to me, SRB? Oh, yeah. Hold on a minute. Good point. Thank you. Let me show this real quick. 1 second before we get out of here. Thank you, SRB. So, for those of you that aren't familiar, hold on.
Oh, there's X. Toxic X.
Okay, so George Webb, for those of you who aren't familiar who George Webb is, he's an investigative reporter.
Great.
I've covered some other things that he's covered too. And this states here, it says, when you see Nicholas Mowich autopsy pictures of the defensive knife wounds from the Idaho 4 victims, the speculation will end. That's what we need to see. We need to see his autopsy photographs because I think that will give more answers to what we believe. So he tried to FOIA this, okay? Webb did. And it says, Dear Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office, I'm writing to formally request a copy of the full autopsy report for Nicholas Mowich, who, according to records, passed away in November of 22, whose case was handled by your office. And I understand that an autopsy was completed on or about November 21st. Case number listed as referenced in Idaho State Police Department. Please advise me of process to obtain this record, including any required forms, fees, or identification. That must be provided. If possible, I would like to receive an electronic copy of the complete autopsy file, including toxicology and investigative notes. So there's that. Okay. Hold on a minute. No, I don't want to do all that. chill out. Hold on, guys. Let me find the rest of this. And again, why is this doing this to me? It doesn't show me the thing. So my understanding is he was denied. Okay. Why would you be denied? This has nothing to do, according to them, this has nothing to do with the Idaho 4 case, none of that stuff. I understand it's out of the state of Washington. They don't give this stuff up. But if you're an investigative reporter and you're looking into, say, this person to see what happened with him, there should be no denial, in my opinion. No denial at all. But he was denied.
That's weird. Like, who would care? If it had nothing to do with anything, then why would anybody?
Same thing that happened with the Brett Kopaka situation. They had that, and that was in that was in Pullman as well. But welcome, Moonflower. Good to see you. So that again, you couldn't get anything on the Brett Kopaka stuff for the longest time. They said because the case was still open. Well, I don't believe that. It took forever and ever and ever and ever. And then when they finally did unseal Lee, he FOIA'd everything and he got it all. But why is that not working out that way with this case and with this situation here? There should be no reason to withhold this information. That's my opinion.
Even the guy that they charged, you can't even get his interviews or his anything. It's like, why are you hiding? If it is what it says, if it's what you say it is, then why would we have to?
Right. And I think what SRB just said here is kind of interesting too. That Webb is no longer working on this case, and they're redirecting everybody over to Pavarotti's.
Who is?
George Webb.
Oh, people in the. Oh, okay.
They're not working on this anymore, and they're directing everybody to Pav, which makes sense because Pav is the one that has been pointing in that direction the whole time.
Yeah.
And that's interesting. That is very interesting. Moonflower said, I emailed Trump yesterday. Let's all email him about this case and include the case number. That would be interesting if it would make a difference, Moonflower. That's a great job.
Like him to make good job. With the, BB first and then maybe email him.
Thank you for that too, SRB. Well, guys, I don't know. Like I said, you take it. Wow. Yeah, it says George Webb isn't working on this story. For updates, please go to Jay Ombry or Pavarotti on YouTube, and there it is.
I'm pretty sure it was Pav that had the information about the car, about Mowich's, because that's the only person I've ever heard it from, I think. Or Lana, maybe a little bit.
Okay, so this was something else, too. I forgot. This might have been part of what I saw. Hold on. No, this was the other story that Tomboy was talking about that had something to do with Farley.
Oh, maybe it was.
On one of our trips, Blank stated that they were leaving Lewiston heading for Moscow when a car crash happened in front of him, and he stated the driver was ejected through the front windshield but survived. He stated he stopped at the crash and waited for police to arrive, spoke to them briefly, and then continued to Moscow. He stated this happened at 3 a.m., exactly 30 days before the murders. The murders occurred on November 13th to 22. We all know that, which by his statement would mean the accident occurred on October 13th of 22. I searched ISP District 2 calls from this date and did not locate any crashes that matched his description. I then contacted the Nez Perce County Sheriff's Office Department, requested that they check to see if the Sheriff's Department or Lewiston Police Department responded to any crashes on this date, which matched his description. I'm sorry. They could find no records, so on and so forth. So this was where Tomboy asked me earlier if I got this one confused with the other one. This is the one she was talking about that I may have she thought I got confused with, which I didn't. This is a completely separate thing. I remember this too, though. So there again, this supposedly didn't happen either, but this was with Farley. There was a lot of things that came out with this stuff that nobody ever followed up with. And yes, thank you. I was going to have that posted too. If you guys are interested in this, this is Mowich's link to the obituary if you want to read into that a little bit. Welcome back, Tomboy.
He's on YouTube as well. His funeral was on YouTube.
Yeah, I pulled that up a little bit ago. That's the video where we're looking through and I was pointing out the other people that were connected with him that were at his funeral. So
And you do know that he has a previous charge for strangulation?
Yeah, it was in that report I read that he had been charged previously for strangulation, which is kind of interesting. If you think about what we were told just the other day, yesterday or day before, I'm not saying that Kaylee was strangled, but it also was stated by a couple people that she was. She was either strangled, suffocated, or something happened, and then on top of that, she also choked and drowned on her own blood.
Mm.
There's some things, guys. There's some things. There's lies. There's a lot of things going on. A lot of things wrong. Another video I'm going to tell you guys you need to go check out too. That it was put out this morning. I'm not going to play it. I'm going to give you the link for it. One second here. Where'd it go? Is this one right here. Harsh Reality put this out early this morning, I believe it was. And it's in regards to him and Pavarotti. Go watch this video. It's very telling, okay? And actually, Harsh is live right now, which is weird. I don't ever get to see his lives. But anyway, he's talking about the autopsy stuff, which we will get to. We will get to that soon. I have some other stuff planned for tomorrow as well. I'm looking forward to that. Tonight, I will be live with Crimes After Dark with Devil's Advocate. If anybody's interested, pop on by. And again, I'm sorry for the confusion earlier. If there was misinformation, I didn't want to be doing that, but something that I had heard and was told. So I thought the two went together the way they did. But I'm going to look into it to make sure. That way I can clarify what's real, what's not. If you guys have not yet subscribed to Cafe Conspiracy, please do so. I cannot wait to get that channel running.
Oh, when are you doing that? I saw that you did that.
As soon as I get everything done with it and put together intro and all that stuff for the channel,
Are
that
you
way I
like
can just
switching over completely? Are you? Is it going to be
do
a whole?
what?
Are you doing a whole new channel? Like you're switching?
It's an
over?
additional channel on top of this. I'll still be doing this, and I'll be adding that to the playlist of stuff that I'll be running. It's going to be a completely different channel.
Okay.
It's nothing. It's exactly the opposite of this, which is why I'm separating it, because I don't want the
Algorithm.
confusion of the conspiracy side of things to get mixed in with the truth of things over here. So,
And your algorithm get confused. So
right, it's going to be interesting, for sure, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I think there's a lot of stuff I have on the palette to be talking about with this. It's written down. I've been in almost a full notebook already on stuff I want to talk about. Thank you so much, Wendy. And for those of you that have subscribed, guys, please do. I think we're sitting at 139 subscribers, which I know I can do better than that. So please, if you have not yet done it, subscribe.
Check your Discord.
Uh-huh.
I just answered your Beach Babe.
Yes, I showed that earlier
Okay, just checking.
when Mama Bear was up here, because we both said that we didn't think it was the same person. But that doesn't mean it's not. It's just the blurriness of the video makes it hard to clearly see. It could be, though. It absolutely could be. So that being said, again, like I said, you guys, please make sure to subscribe to Cafe Conspiracy. If you're not doing anything tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be over with Crimes After Dark and Devil's Advocates. Right now, though, if you would. One second. I'm trying to make this work. Is it not working?
It just went on cafe merch thing.
No, I think that Logan should be going live or is live. Maybe not. Oh, 6:30. That's it.
What time is it? Oh.
She's going to be covering she put together some autopsy photograph type thing that she's going to be going through. I'm going to drop her link in here. Guys, if you have not yet subscribed, of course, to Bronx Tales True Crime, please do. She's going to be going over the medical terminology within the autopsy and explaining all that kind of stuff. There's the link there. Again, thank you to anybody that, yes, it'll be soon. 6:30 p.m., so you got about 10 minutes there, guys. Make sure you jump over there. Support Miss Logan, if you will, please, and thank you. Tell her Dago sent you. Tell her I said hi. Of course, I'll be in there for a little bit, too. Thank you to anybody that has supported our channel today via Super Chats. Good Lord, I'm losing my mind today. We got 3 out of our goal today, towards our goal today, so thank you so much for that. Any memberships that were purchased, thank you so much for that. Anybody that supported us via PayPal, Cash App, and or Venmo, thank you for that. You guys are amazing. And Krista, thank you for joining me. Tomboy, thank you for joining me. Mama Vera, it was great to have you here today.
I can say you're welcome on both counts.
Sure. And then again, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be over there with Devil's Advocates. Right now, though, I'm going to head on over and support Ms. Logan and Bronxy on their channel, guys. Have a great night. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change anything, because that's exactly what I love about all of you. You are the beautiful people.
Bye, y'all.
Have a great night, folks. Bye-bye.
Love you, Miss. Bye.
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 The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear at the TruCrime Cafe. We watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the next one. Until